Members of the press and the staff, and also members of our community who are watching via live streaming. This is a little bit of history in the making, as this is the first time that council meetings have been live streamed, as far as I know. So welcome to everybody who is watching as well. So in opening the council meeting, it's customary for us to do so with a prayer. And today we have Pastor Lance Walk-on from the 360 Church to deliver the prayer for us. So, Pastor Walk-on.
Face this way.
Whichever way you want to go.
Oh, that's right. Well, thank you everyone for inviting me, those who have. Appreciate that. My name's Lance Walk-on. I'm from 360 Church here in Yeppoon. And so let's bow our heads and I'll open in prayer. So the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Lord, would you bless this council? Would you bless it so that the blessing would flow into our local businesses, our community groups, our families, and all those within our community. Lord, would you keep us? Would you keep us from putting our interest above the interest of those you've placed under our care? Would you keep us? Would you keep us from wrong and help us to live a life of integrity and truthfulness no matter the cost? Lord, would you make your face shine upon us? Let it shine upon us because we choose today to take our positions and to serve the people with it. Lord, would you be gracious to us? Would you be gracious to the disadvantaged in our community, that they may find the help that they need? Would you be gracious to the youth of our community, that they may find a sense of worth and purpose in their life? Lord, give us peace. Give this council your peace so that they may be able to debate and consider openly whilst working in harmony and unison with each other. Give this community that we serve your peace so that our Shire will continue to live with each other with all our differences in love and in peace. Finally, Lord, bless our Lord Mayor, Andrew Ireland, who has been given the honour and privilege to serve the Shire. Give him wisdom and direction for this position and a humble heart to best serve his colleagues in the Livingstone Shire. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Thanks, Lance. You're more than welcome to stay. So looking at the agenda, councillors, we have a full attendance. No leave of absences or apologies. Confirmation of the previous minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 21st of April.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved, Councillor Mather. Seconder, please. Councillor Friend. Moved, Councillor Mather. Seconded, Councillor Friend. All in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much, councillors. Item 5 on the agenda, councillors. Any declaration of interests in matters on the agenda, please? No declarations of interest, so noted. Thank you. No public forums or deputations, Mr. CEO?
No.
Thank you. So nil for item 6. Item 7, councillors. Business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. 7.1 is lifting matters laying on the table. Councillor Mather in relation to Lamberton Street. Mr. Bacon, would you like to address this report?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is just a report to lift a matter from the table so that council may deal with it later in this meeting.
It's just a procedural matter.
Any questions, councillors? Okay, so the recommendation is that council resolve that the report notice of motion Councillor Mather, Lamberton Street, which is currently laying on the table within the business outstanding table, awaiting return to a council meeting, be lifted from the table to be dealt with later in the meeting. May I have a mover, please?
Yes, Mr.
Councillor Mather. Seconder, Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. All in favour? So moved. Item 7.2, lifting matters laying on the table, Merrill Minute Land Zoning Review, Kinka Beach. Mr. Bacon, can I ask you to address this report too, please?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Again, this was a matter which was laid on the table by the previous council. In order for this matter not to continue to linger unconsidered by the elected body, it has to be lifted from the table and dealt with in a manner that council sees fit. So they can either choose to go with the recommendation of that Merrill Minute, or they may choose to vote against it, or they may choose just to move on. But in order for this to be removed from our business, it has to be lifted from the table.
Okay, councillors, the recommendation is before you. May I have a mover, please?
Just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, please, it's merely to lift it from the table. We're not voting for or against the Merrill Minute.
We're not voting for or against. We're just voting to lift it from the table. Councillor Mather. Councillor Hutton moving. Councillor Eastwood seconding. All in favour, councillors? Thank you. Passed unanimously. Seven point three, the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting. We just might go through these individually, councillors. Does anyone have any objection to us doing that? Just so that there's a bit of edification for the press and members of the gallery.
In that case, Mr. Mayor, I'll get the relevant executive director or chief to go through each item as it comes to their area.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon.
So, councillors, item 1 is the draft Fig Creek Master Plan. Mr. Mayor, would the two executive directors like to come towards the microphone so that everybody can hear them? Down the table there would do, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you. So, good morning, everyone. We are preparing a briefing report to the table in regards to the preparation and commencement of stakeholder engagement, and we're working very closely to get that in process and to give a thorough update. We'll also provide an update to our portfolio councillors in regards to the natural resource management aspect of it.
And councillors, that's scheduled to come to you on the 7th of July.
Any questions, councillors?
Not on that page, Mr. Mayor. Not on that page.
On that page, just quickly running through, and then the...
So item 2
Item
is
2.
the opening of road at Gunda Road for caves. That action is not proceeding. Correct, Mr. Casey?
That's you. That's you. Which was this? I've got the wrong glasses.
Item 3,
Oh, Mr. Chairman, Mr. CEO, through you, Mr. Chairman, I was with infrastructure officers yesterday and they explained that it was not proceeding, that the road will remain where the road is now rather than resume land.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Item 3, Mr. Secretary.
item 3, which is a potential sale of lots 2 and 3. There is a request in for council for extension to the settlement period on that. That is currently being considered and will be the subject of discussion by council laws later today.
Thank you. Item 4, recyclables processing service contract. Mr. Casey.
Through the Chair, the Livingstone Shire Council has a collaborative agreement with 3 neighbouring councils to use the recycling facility in Rockhampton. The contract for that is being renewed, and this is just passing delegation of powers to the Chief Executive to move forward on the development of that agreement. Rockhampton Regional Council have engaged Helix lawyers in Townsville to work on that, and it's a shared cost arrangement based on the usage of the recycling facility.
Thank you, Mr Casey. Any questions, councillors? Moving on to item 5, Livingstone Planning Scheme 2018, proposed second amendment. Mr Bacon.
Ms. Berry.
David?
Through the chair, we've just been finalising the final amendment to send off to the state for a state interest check. We believe that they'll probably be going off the end of next week, and we'll be coming back and probably been going into public submission. So it'll take place over the next 3 or 4 months. We'll probably finalise.
Thank you. Item 6, former Catholic Church building in Marlborough.
So that resolution, which was to proceed with written tender for the sale of that lot, that is currently in the hands of the estate agent for council. So at this stage, no further progress.
Thank you, Mr Bacon. Item 7, the acquisition of land for road purposes, trunk infrastructure, Canby Chandler Roads intersection and Chandler Road.
So it can be advised on that one that the offer with the landowner has been tentatively accepted. The survey plan identifying the area to be purchased from the landowner has been sent to them for their signature. So that matter is progressing.
Thank you, Mr Bacon. Item 8, inquiry of the Gateway Business and Industry Park, proposed lot 24.
So that particular agreement has been provided to the prospective renter, and they're currently reviewing it. We're still waiting on them to come back to us, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Item 9, Livingstone Planning Scheme 2018, proposed planning scheme amendments.
So that would be the amendments to the administrative components of the planning scheme. That is progressing, and it is anticipated that would be the state when this is being finalised now. So within the next month, councillors, that will be the state.
Thank you. Item 10, proposed trustee lease to NBN Co Limited over part of lot 50 on survey plan 207050, Keppel Sands.
Those negotiations are still ongoing, Mr Mayor, with the with NBN.
Item 11, Merrill Minute Land Zoning Review, Kinka Beach. That's been dealt with today.
Mr Chairman, I'd like to move on this one, if you would, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to move that council take no further action in relation to that Merrill Minute, please.
Councillor, that's possible as item 9.1. So there is a specific report for that. So council has lifted it from the table, so they may deal with it, and then it will come up later in the agenda, and councillors can then choose to deal with it as they see. So somebody could either move the Merrill Minute, or somebody could move a procedural motion that...
Well, I'd be happy to take that one up when we get to that item,
Yeah, that's fine, Councillor May.
Thank you.
That'll be the appropriate time. Item 12, Capricorn Coast Memorial Parkland Management.
Recently, the executive leadership team had a review and site visit of the memorial parklands. The officers will now prepare a report, and that will be considered by ELT at the end of May.
So the likely time frame, Mr Casey, is the end of May?
For the initial report, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Item 13, notice of motion, Councillor Adam Bello, Bangalore Beach Access Consultation.
So a report is being drafted at the moment, councillors, for consideration at the June briefing session. And that report will provide background or further information on the engagement which has been undertaken, the results of which have been provided under memo to councillors, and we'll also look at alternative access points as well.
Just on, if I could, through you, Mr Chair, of late, and there's been some meeting reports about the significant increase in usage up there on Farmer Beach, probably attributable to the COVID conditions that we're experiencing. I know Councillor Rees would witness this as well, that the numbers up there, it would be fair to say, are unprecedented. And whether councillors would feel another traffic count at the ramp there would perhaps help inform just how urgent there is a need to see greater efforts towards looking at what solutions are available to us, because the traffic there has, if I said it was 5 times it was, and we had the maximum one day about 840 cars there 2 years ago, I'd suggest that that would be nowhere near what we're getting up there now on a clear weekend. So I guess that's just an observation and perhaps something that we could raise, whether it's through a motion or whether it's through the CEO to consider another traffic count there, I think would be a valid action to take.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. I might go to Councillor Friend here at the moment too, because Councillor Friend's been dealing with this matter as well.
Sure.
Certainly, Mr Chair, I have met with residents who actually back up what Councillor Bello has just said about the increase in traffic, and they're concerned about the local residents and their children playing on the beach, dogs off leash, and people and young people in cars doing burnouts and driving up the sand dunes, affecting our local environment and turtle populations and nesting. So I actually concur with Councillor Bello, and we do need another traffic count just to bring us up to date with exactly how many vehicles are using this access. We have requested through Council for more signage, for speed limits, to note that you cannot turn right when entering the beach at Bangalee, so that is progressing through Council. We haven't received an update on that yet through infrastructure. I don't know if Mr Casey has any information about further signage.
We've not looked into that and determined what signage might be required yet, councillors. So.
Certainly. Do we have any idea of the time frame that may take?
At this stage, no.
Okay. The residents themselves would be very, very keen to have that signage erected, so that at least that's something in the interim period while we progress through and look for alternatives for the future, for alternatives for access to the beach. That's all I can give you at this time,
Thank
Mr
you,
Chair.
Councillor Friend. So we can leave that for you to continue to liaise with the officers.
Yes, most certainly.
Councillor
Mr Mayor, just a question through you to the two other councillors. Has a recent approach been made to the police to upskill their presence in that area?
The residents indicated that they have been liaising with the local police in Yeppoon, and that police presence has increased, and fines have been issued. We're also, I've also requested, if possible, we can obtain some statistics on how many fines have been issued in recent months due to the increase in traffic. So once again, I'm awaiting on that report from the officers.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll probably give a little bit of information there just in relation to the amount of police presence. There has been up the beach. It's been quite intense, and it's been very well received, I believe.
Thanks, Councillor Rees. Any more discussion on this particular point, councillors? We'll move on. Item 14, questions on notice. Councillor Glenda Mayer, Great Keppel Island Revitalisation Project.
Yes, Mr Mayor, still awaiting for this to make its way through the machine, which is the Queensland State Government. We keep getting updates from the individual concerned saying it's progressing, but we haven't seen the end product yet. Lacey has also progressed, Mr Mayor.
Sorry.
Lacey has also progressed, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr Mayor, if I may, for the sake of the new members and perhaps the refreshment of memory for the others, it was a question I noticed I placed before Council asking about the number of submarine water connections to islands along the Queensland or East Australian coast, and power. How many islands have power and water from the mainland to an island? And our council rightly put it through to the state government. Now that's been 3 months and I haven't got anything back, or we haven't received anything back. So we really need to get that information to give us an idea of what's out there and how it can be progressed as far as information goes. Because I believe that some islands have water and some have power, but not all have both. So we just need to get a full complement of information while we're making decisions in that regard.
Agreed, Councillor.
So can we give them a tickle along?
Councillor's suggested course of action might be to contact the member for Keppel and see if she can help us with that.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Officers have been contacting them regularly, Councillor Moden,
Have
trying to
they?
get the response.
Well, it's not helpful when we look towards the state for information and they're so delayed in their responses. It doesn't help us. Yes. Well, thank you. Just pursue that if you would, please.
Item 15, potential sale of Lot 18 on Survey Plan 296924, the Gateway Business and Industry Park.
So, councillors, that property is settled, so there's no further action required.
So that'll come off.
That will come off the next one.
Item 16, property is eligible for sale of land for rates arrears.
So in those cases, notices have been issued, and obviously there's a 3-month period for those issuing of those notices, so there's no further action at this stage. We'll wait for that.
Thank you. And just for the information for the newer councillors, under the legislation, once the property's been identified for sale for rates arrears, there is a process to follow. It's legislative, and that involves a 3-month notice period from which time the ratepayer receives the notice to the time action can be taken. Item 17, acquisition of land. Council resolves to proceed in accordance with option 1 as detailed in the body of the report at that time.
So that due diligence period is progressing. Consultants have been engaged to undertake the work required as part of that contamination report or assessment, which will also provide options as to how council may go about managing any contamination that may be on that site. So that's anticipated in June.
Thank you. Item 18, question without notice, Councillor May, the security of drink container bin lids.
That's later in the meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Correct. 19, notice of motion, Councillor May, the overgrown vegetation.
That's also later in the meeting.
Thank you. Item 20, proposed trustee lease to Capricorn Tourism and Economic Development Limited. I just assume we're waiting on signed documentation.
So the lease has been signed, executed by both parties, and is scheduled to be registered.
So that will come off.
That should come off, yes.
Item 21, proposed trustee lease to the Yeppoon Inlet Association Incorporated.
Mr. Mayor, with the table's permission, this one requires a little more teasing out and notification as to what's happening in the background. If the table and yourself would be agreeable, could we leave this until confidential session so we can discuss it a little bit more openly as to what's happening?
We can...
Because there's the meeting group between Natural Resources, the Council and the Yeppoon Inlet Association has been going on for some time now, and we're sort of reaching the middle towards the end, that there are problems within the organisation itself. And I don't want to embark on any lease with any organisation if they've got domestic issues, and I need the Council to be aware of what those domestic issues are.
All right.
Perhaps, if I could, Mr Mayor, that would be the subject of a discussion at a briefing session. Might be more appropriate.
Yeah, I noticed here, the draft lease agreement expected to be given to Yeppoon Inlet Association in the coming months. We don't have a lot of time to spare if we're going to be discussing this before any lease arrangements have been finalised. That's what I'm concerned about.
Well, we can attack it in two ways, Councillor Mather. We can attack it, as the CEO was suggesting, through a briefing session, but we can also talk about it during one of our informal council.
Yes. Well, in the first instance, Mr Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to flag it in confidential session first and see if it does need to go to a briefing session.
All right, we can raise it.
Yes, and I'll follow the direction of the table. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Item 22, management arrangements for Keppel Sands Caravan Park.
So an interim agreement's been put in place for the continuation of the existing management arrangements, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. A good outcome,
Yes.
councillors, because the park managers down there are very good in all reports. 23, Merrill Minute Senior Citizens. This is the ongoing issue of trying to find the senior citizens locally a home, permanent venue, permanent base. Mr Mazzafari?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you. Through you, Mr Chair. Our Principal Community Development Officer, the Acting Manager and the Mayor sat down and had a really good conversation with the seniors and worked on some strategies. They are quite content to go back to the Town Hall on a temporary basis, and investigations are ongoing to find them a suitable home. And unless the Mayor would like to add some more comments, we are currently investigating options to relocate a couple of council resources to make that happen. So, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mazzafari. I have nothing further to add to that. The request, item 24, request for renewal of lease, Marlborough Rural Fire Brigade.
I have a question on that, Mr Mayor, please.
Sure, councillor.
The draft lease is received. Council will commence negotiations to finalise the lease. And I'd just like to know, what is the need for negotiations?
I guess, Councillor, every now and then when you're dealing with the state, they occasionally try to slip something in there which ties council or ties other parties. So we often find ourselves having to go back to question some of the conditions which aren't standard, or some new provisions which we haven't previously encountered. So the word negotiation doesn't mean that the parties aren't in agreement. It's just we're dealing with the state. We just need to make sure that we protect our interests, the community's interests, and the occupants' interests as well.
Well, thank you for that. But when I read that, I thought there must be something in dispute. That's what gave me the thought.
Not at this juncture, there isn't. No.
Yes, good. If there is a problem, could that come back to the table, please? Thank you. Because all these people in the far north, they're all volunteers and they volunteer for everything. And I wouldn't like to think that the state government was harsh on them. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on that, councillors? Okay, item 25, the Merrill Minute bushfire rates relief, that's being dealt with this meeting. Item 26, the Hartley Street pedestrian crossing facilities. Mr Casey, can I throw to you on that one?
This is an ongoing matter where engineering services are preparing a business case, and that's will go before ELT for consideration in the 2021 financial year capital programme.
Sorry, I missed the last bit, Mr Casey.
It will be presented to ELT as a project for the 2021 capital programme, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
And then it comes to council.
Yeah, thank you. Item 27, the appointment of chair to the local disaster management group.
Yeah, certainly through you, Mr Mayor. We have also now received a letter of acknowledgement that officially appoints the chair and the two deputies for the local disaster management group, and I'm very happy to say that the mayor is fully trained and skilled as required by the legislation, and we've only got one more to do for the deputy chair, Councillor Mather, and she will be also appropriately skilled and trained. So thank you very much for your time to actually make sure that occurs.
Thank you.
And thank you for facilitating that, Mr Mazzafari. Any questions on that one, councillors? 28, determination of standing committees or portfolios. That's being dealt with at this meeting. 29, determination as to whether elected members will be subject to PAYG withholding tax. That's done and dusted, councillors. You've all decided that you're going to be regarded as employees for the purposes of PAYG withholding tax. So that'll come off next time, Mr.
Correct.
Baker.
Yes.
And item 30, notice of motion, Councillor Glenda Mather, Lamberton Street. That's being dealt with at this meeting as well. So, councillors, any questions on any of those matters that are currently laying on the table? Well, the resolution before you, councillors, is that that report be received. May I have a mover, please? Councillor Mather. Second, was that you, Councillor Eastwood? Thank you. All in favour? Thanks, councillors. Okay, moving to agenda item number 9, the mayoral minutes. There are a few of these councillors. I had a rush of blood to the head for this meeting. So, first one is 9.1, the mayoral minute in relation to the land zoning review at Kinka Beach. And Mr. Bacon, can I get you to address this one, please?
Councillors, this was a mayoral minute which was presented by the former Mayor, Bill Ludwig, at a special council meeting on the 19th of December. The background is within the report, and the commentary. The Mayor at the time thought that there may be some opportunities to explore this land on the basis that he thought its agricultural capability or potential was low, therefore it could be used for other purposes, and so he brought this to council for its consideration. At that time, the council decided to table the mayoral minute pending further discussion. As I recall, I think the mayor was absent from the meeting at that stage, so it was probably tabled because of his absence and because nobody really had a full appreciation to the background underpinning his proposed minute.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon. Councillors, we might ask for a mover first to get the discussion started.
Yes.
Councillor,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
you're moving, Councillor Mather?
I'm not moving. I'm moving that the council take no further action in relation to the mayoral minute.
I've got to deal with the motion
No,
first.
you can move. You don't need to have a live motion to have a procedural motion.
Okay.
So if Councillor Mather wishes to move that as a procedural motion, she may. Then
Thank you.
there's no seconder for procedural motion and there's no debate.
Thank you. So your procedural motion, Councillor Mather, is?
That's a motion, it's not a procedural motion. My experience is that we don't have to take the recommendation. The recommendation doesn't have to be lost for another motion to take its place. A person can put forward a motion and have it seconded and be carried, oblivious to the recommendation.
So what's your motion, Councillor?
My motion that this council take no further action in relation to the mayoral minute that deals with this matter.
All right, so you're moving that motion?
Yes,
Councillor
Mr.
Mather.
Chairman.
Did you want to speak to that motion?
I believe this was a political motion on the eve of an election, and I won't make any bones about that one. The land in question that we're talking about has been the subject of several applications over a period of years. We've spent a lot of time and a lot of public money trying to find a resolution. The mayoral minute, although it sounded good at the time, didn't address a lot of things that we need to have addressed, and it would have taken staff and public money for us to go out and do this exercise for somebody else. Now, if anybody wants to put an application to council, we would look at it on its merits. But we don't expect the public to be paying for an exercise that really doesn't give us anything tangible. We look at all applications on their merit, but we're not about to waste ratepayers' money doing something that's going to benefit somebody else at a later date where they should be paying for their own costs.
Thank you, Councillor. So for
Point of
the,
order, Mr Chairman, just if I could raise, and I'm seeking clarification, if I could perhaps through the CEO, I believe in order to speak to a motion, that it needs to be seconded so that the motion's live.
You're right.
that's my bad, I apologise.
No, I totally understand, and
So can I get a seconder for that
I think
motion?
that's important in order
Yes.
to...
Councillor, would you mind reading your motion again, please?
It's up on the screen.
Up there, yeah.
That in relation to the mayoral minute, when was the date that was put on? By the former mayor, that council take no further
action in relation to this matter. Okay?
no further action in relation to the matter.
All right, can I get a seconder for that motion, please? Yep. Councillor Lynch. All right. So Councillor Mather has spoken to her motion. Is anybody wanting to vote against that motion?
Is there a speaker against? Is there a speaker against?
Any speaker against?
Mr.
No.
Mayor, sorry, can I just ask through the CEO, is this the correct way of managing this motion? like a procedural motion would have been much
I would have, well,
cleaner.
my
But
advice,
I'm just checking that this is going to achieve that same outcome if that's the desire.
it will achieve the same outcome.
But can a secondary motion take place without consideration of the first one? And I know we're in strange circumstances because
We
the
are.
councillor who nominated it is not here.
My preference, councillors, would have been for a procedural motion, because that is a lot cleaner under your procedure policy. Correct, it doesn't allow for debate, it doesn't require a seconder, but it's certainly how and what procedural motions were intended for. Yes, you can have a recommendation that goes contrary to an officer's recommendation. This is slightly different insofar as it's not an officer's recommendation, it's actually
Former councillors?
a former councillor's recommendation. So my advice would be to have treated it as a procedural motion.
Could I have a question through you, Mr Mayor? What is the nature of the procedural motion you're proposing?
Your procedural motion, councillor, would have been that council take no further action in relation to this matter. Then councillors would have voted on that and moved to the next item of business had they voted in support of your procedural motion.
Okay, Mr Chairman, to please yourself, I'd be happy to withdraw the formal motion because it doesn't have a seconder, as the deputy says.
It did.
And
Councillor Lynn seconded it.
sorry.
Councillor.
Oh, sorry. With the approval of the seconder, I'd be happy to withdraw it in favour of the procedural motion.
We're okay with that, Mr
I'm
Mayor?
fine.
Okay?
Yes. If the seconder has agreed to withdraw as well?
Okay.
Yes.
So you're formally withdrawing your motion?
Yes.
All right. So we're going back to a procedural motion.
Procedural motion.
Now,
The
procedural
CEO might like to give the wording to make sure that it's
No, The
everything.
wording you've got, councillor, is fine for a procedural
Yep.
motion, it's just tying it to a procedural motion,
I just needed to make it short and sharp and clean.
which you
And if it
achieved.
achieves the same purpose, then I'm happy. Thank you.
So the procedural motion is that council take no further action in relation to this matter.
To the mayoral minute. Yes, yes.
So would that... So we don't have that wording in our standing orders.
No,
So would the motion actually be that the meeting move on to the next item of business,
No.
which has the effect of pulling it away?
you can, a procedural motion may be moved without the need for a seconder for one of the following. Motion be put, debate on the motion and/or amendment be adjourned. The meeting proceed to the next item of business, which you could do. That the report document issue will be raised from the table, which you certainly don't want to be doing. A point of order, a motion of dissent against the chairperson's ruling that this report document be received or not received, to suspend the rule requiring that and put it whatever the requirement is, or that the meeting stand adjourned resume. So you could, in this case, I suppose, go straight for that one that's up there now, councillors,
Yeah, I
which
think it
you
would
you
be
move
C.
to the next item of business, and that
So-
means it just
Falls away.
falls away.
If I could, through you, Mr Chair, to the CEO, we do have the capacity in the standing orders in the event that a motion wanted to be moved that wasn't on the agenda, provided the table agreed to do it by majority, it could have allowed no problem with Councillor Mather moving that motion, which would, I guess, disqualify the previous motion. So that, we do have that capacity if we chose to want to debate it
I'm
as
not
such.
sure, councillor, I understand what you mean by disqualify a previous motion.
Well, which was the intent of what Councillor Mather was endeavouring to do.
I'm not sure disqualify is the correct term.
Well, eliminate it.
Well, can we just sort of step back for a second, please?
So what's the outcome we're trying to achieve?
That's right. What is
And
the
you
outcome
achieve
we're
it.
trying to achieve? We're trying to basically have this report, make this report
Fall away?
fall away. So in essence then, is the proposed motion there going to make that happen?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. So that's the issue before us, councillors.
Yep.
So in terms of any further discussion, we don't have any.
Just,
No.
can we get,
So that's right. So not a procedural
Can we-
motion, so we just go to the vote.
can we just have it clear for everybody's information, the wording that we're going to be using?
The wording there, that pursuant to section 219.5 of the Livingstone Shire Council's meeting procedures policy, the meeting proceeds to the next item of business.
Well, that wasn't the motion I put up.
No, but councillor, this means that this recommendation falls away and council has dealt with it.
So it means that it's gone.
It's gone. It's off the books.
And just to clarify, if I could, through you, Mr Chair, it will no longer appear in the business outstanding table then?
Correct.
Right.
Because if it comes up again, there'll be World War III.
Well, it won't, councillor Maitland.
That's good.
It's basically going to disappear.
Well, they weren't the words that I'd put up.
No, I
That's why I
understand.
needed to have it clarified.
Councillor, I'll endeavour to resolve it by peaceful means.
I'm sure you will, thank you, Mr
The
CEO.
invasion of Kinker and
Thank
Poland, all in the same breath.
No, so in voting on this or passing this resolution, councillors, we're clear that this will now disappear completely off the books.
Yes.
Can we get that in
All
writing?
right, so voting on the procedural matter, please. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Procedural motions, Justin, don't need a move in a second.
Well, then,
Need to move on.
Need to move.
Move, sorry.
Need to move on.
Beg your pardon. Item 9.2, Merrill Minute Pacific Heights Road. Councillors, I'll speak to this one briefly. As part of the process, I shall move and second it.
so you move it?
You need to move it and somebody else needs to second it.
So I'll move this recommendation, councillors, that we resolve for council officers to prepare a report to council outlining options and costs for reducing the speed and volume of traffic along Pacific Heights Road. And A, that these options consider the following. Firstly, reducing the speed limit of 40 kilometres per hour. Secondly, increasing the number of speed signs along Pacific Heights Road to remind motorists of the speed limit. 3, the construction of a suitably positioned roundabout along Pacific Heights Road. 4, in conjunction with the Queensland Police Service, the installation of speed cameras along Pacific Heights Road. 5, installing painted traffic markers or lines for traffic calming. And B, that the report from officers be presented to council no later than June 2020. Now, given that we're having monthly meetings, councillors, so we might need to push that date out a little bit so that give the officers a chance to prepare a report, given it's only a month away. So I propose that we make that July. Mr Casey? Okay, thank you. So amend that to July, councillors, 2020.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. Did you want to include the footpath as a C?
The footpath is already on the capital works program, councillors. So
Okay.
it's a done deal.
And I'd be happy to second your motion.
Thank you. So councillor Mather is seconding. So I'll speak to the motion, councillors. As you know, we met with Mr Alan Bristow and neighbours at his property on Pacific Heights Road on the 23rd of April this year, where they raised a number of issues in relation to traffic and the volume and speed of traffic going along Pacific Heights Road. The problem, in their view, is compounded, or the risk is compounded by the existence of St Benedict's School down the end of the Pacific Heights Road. And their request to council was for some assistance in traffic and volume mitigation, speed and volume mitigation. Part of the discussion went around footpath. They maintain that the children are not walking on grass footpaths, they're actually walking on the road because there is no concrete footpath. That will be addressed as part of Council's capital works program in the first half of next year, as we understand it, Mr Casey. But it sort of left us with the problem then of alleged speeding, volume of traffic going along Pacific Heights Road. So in discussions with the neighbours and Mr Bristow on site, these dot points here were propositioned as things that the officers may actually consider as part of a report back to council. They may be potentially ways of reducing the issues there on Pacific Heights Road. Not saying that all of those particular suggestions will be taken up, but certainly they will be considered and they will form part of the report back to council. So that's essentially, in a nutshell, council, is the issue on Pacific Heights Road and the reason for this report, this mayoral minute being raised. Obviously, the concern for council and those residents along Pacific Heights Road is the safety of children the safety of residents. Because the other issue that the residents brought up was that in egressing their properties, the hump in the road coming over from St Benedict's Road makes it difficult for motorists to react if they're travelling at any speed. So someone coming out of their driveway, whether they're on foot or in a vehicle, potentially is at risk. So that was an issue, as well as the safety of kids from St Benedict's School moving along Pacific Heights Road. So that's my discussion around the point, councillors. Councillor, anybody voting against? Sorry, anybody, any negative comments against the motion?
Mr Chairman, may I
Sorry,
speak?
Councillor Mather, sorry. No? All right, Councillor Mather?
No, the seconder can speak to the motion,
Yes,
too,
I know,
Mr
so I'm
Chairman.
asking you to speak to it now.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the motion, Mr Chairman. This is a matter that has been of great concern to residents in that area, as you rightly pointed out. And it's a matter that's been going on for years without a resolution. And there has been some tacit changes there, not enough, and certainly not fast enough to ensure safety of the pedestrians and the traffic. When the houses were built there, clearly they didn't envisage a school at the other end, downhill from them. And this is where it all comes into play, because you've got all traffic trying to use that to get to the fastest route to the school. And because of the road network around them, it's made it very difficult, not only for the pedestrians and the vehicles, but also for the residents who are watching this on a daily basis. So I would hope that the report that came back was really substantial and gave something really tangible that would actually have effect. Nothing that's just going to be skimming over the issues. It's not a matter of signage, it's a matter of enforcement as well. So I would hope that the officers come back with something that's really forceful and that will work. So thank you for that, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any further discussion on the mayoral minute, councillors? So I'll put that to the vote, thank you. All those in favour? Thank you very much. We look forward to the report. Item 9.3. Councillors, I'll move this mayoral minute as well. May I have a seconder for this? Councillor Eastwood. Anybody? Sorry, I'll go to comments against shortly. Councillors, I'll speak to this and then I'll invite comments from. We might just suspend standing orders, I think, to allow.
I'd be happy to move a motion to suspend standing orders, procedural motion to allow for discussion if that's your choosing.
That's my preference at this point, Councillor.
No problem.
Bello, thank you. Over the second. Councillor Mather. All those in favour? Okay, councillors, as you know, Rockhampton Regional Council, since the amalgamation, has expressed a desire to have Glenlee, Glendale and Rockhampton go back into the role of Rockhampton Regional Council. From our perspective, and the argument they offer is the community of interest argument. They basically are arguing that members of those or residents of those communities use Rockhampton libraries, they use Rockhampton swimming pools, use Rockhampton cinemas, their children go to school in Rockhampton, etc. An alternative argument can also be put on behalf of Livingstone, because Rockhampton residents come and use Livingstone facilities. So, there's a counter argument. But in essence, from our perspective, we, as a council, through the election campaign, received fairly strong feedback from the community that they were desirous of remaining with Livingstone Shire Council. I think we all received that feedback. And so, from our perspective, we value those parts of our community. They are important to us because they are part of Livingstone. And they are also an integral part of our economic development plans going forward. So in terms of developing the Northern Corridor, as we've spoken throughout the election campaign and since, these parts of our shire, together with caves areas further north, they are integral to our plans for expansion. And as I've consistently said to councillors, and I've consistently said to the media, there are the 4 key ingredients in that part of the world that investors are looking for. There is a Bruce Highway access, there is a rail corridor through there, there is a reliable water supply, and there is plenty of flow-free land. So from an investment point of view and a development point of view, those are key ingredients. So it's exciting from our point of view because that's an area of the Shire we can look to develop going forward, and obviously provide the economic benefits that come with that. If we get more industry and business up there, we get more jobs. We get more jobs, we get more families. We get more families, we get housing, and therefore a bigger rates base, which gives us an opportunity then to place downward pressure on rates, which is something that was a clear message again through the election campaign, as we all know. So at this point in time, though, I spoke with Minister Hinchcliffe on Friday of last week, and his information to me was that once the process of boundary realignment has started, it can't be stopped. Now, back in 2019, he issued, based on a conversation between Mayor Strelo and the then Mayor Ludwig, he issued an instruction to the Boundary Commissioner to undertake the boundary review for Livingstone. So that process now apparently is in train, and according to the Minister's advice on Friday last week, it can't be stopped. So his information to me at that point in time was that this review would more than likely happen in 2021. So from our perspective going forward, we need to mount a business case to retain Glenlee, Glendale and Rocky View within Livingstone. And I think we need to sit down amongst ourselves and with the officers to determine what's actually going to be part of that or comprise the business case. So councillors, at this stage then I'll just invite other comments from the councillors around the room. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I am 100% in agreement with you. In 2014, throughout the de-amalgamation process, there was a business plan that was put forward by the previous mayor, who included these areas within that business plan for revenue, for development, etc. Now, moving forward, we need to spend time in speaking with the people of each community, whether it be Rocky View, Olive Estate, Glendale, Glenlee. We need to provide them with a sense that we are there for them, and we need to look at their immediate concerns, their desires, and we need to let them know that they are strongly a part of Livingstone. And in the past, I don't believe this has completely happened. So I actually believe that going forward, we need to retain these particular communities and bring them into the fold as Livingstone Shire as a whole.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor.
Mr Mayor, just a quick question. So was the intention in suspending standing orders to allow councillors to debate the issue, in which case we should have done it in formal debate as opposed to... Like, I thought the suspension was around tweaking of the text itself as opposed to...
No, it was more to allow some free conversation around the recommendation.
So I suppose it just appears that we've gone into formal debate because you've articulated it incredibly well, and Councillor Friend has done the same. What I would expect would have in a formal debate as opposed to in a conversation around this prior to going into formal debate. And I just think there may be some confusion as to where we're at.
Yep. All right. I'm taking advice, Mr. CEO.
Well, there has been some debate, I suppose, insofar as you can have one-sided debate, Mr Mayor. It hasn't been a contrary view. Normally, suspending standing procedures would be allowed people to perhaps explore more than just a formal debating component, and it sometimes is done to allow people to speak for longer than may otherwise normally be set up by the policy as well. So I guess if that's the purpose, to allow everybody to fully ventilate their thoughts, then you can proceed with that. Other than that, you're right, Councillor Hutton, if it is purely a fairly limited, each councillor saying their position, then that is debate, essentially.
And we can do that with leave the table to allow as much time as necessary, or to give everyone a say without having to have opposition spokespersons on the issue.
Right, from my perspective, it was an opportunity just to have some free discussion around being bound by meeting protocol. But I'm happy to go back into standing orders.
So, but before we do, Mr Mayor, I just wondered if there was an opportunity to, with obviously your consent and the consent of the seconder, to see whether we can tweak the wording there to include that council, and obviously, you know, as opposed to a formal amendment which we would do in formal debate, since we're in suspended standing orders, I felt this was a good chance that council writes to the Minister for Local Government and the Premier, advising that the newly elected Livingstone Shire, I think that there's a benefit in providing the advice both to the Minister but also to the Premier herself directly. We know that the machinery of government means that undoubtedly they'll have access to this information, but whether it's actually brought to her attention is something that we, you know, as advocates for this cause, need to make sure it is there.
Thank you, Councillor.
Mr Mayor, while you're in suspension, in a nice way, are you going to allow the rest of the members to say something before you go into formal debate?
Well, we might,
That's the purpose of, if we could, Mr Chair, that's the purpose of
that's
the
right.
special standing orders.
Yes, yes.
Free-flowing discussion, there might be questions or...
Yeah, well, before we go into formal debate, that's what I'm thinking, before you formally move the motion.
seeking points of clarification or whatever.
Yes, yes. So, any other members might like to say something, I certainly would.
Yeah. Floor is yours, Councillor Mayor.
Oh. Mr Chairman, this is really the first time this topic has been aired publicly at the table. There have been discussions with the former Mayor of Livingstone and the current Mayor of Rockhampton over time. We've not been part of those discussions. We do not get a briefing to say what's occurred. And we find down the track, as late as a few weeks ago, that there was an agreement about a boundary change. This council has had no resolution to say that it agrees to a boundary change. The Minister made it quite clear right back in the early part, both parties must agree if anything's going to happen. He emphasised that. This council has never agreed. So why are we proceeding with a case for the Boundaries Commissioner? Why waste taxpayers' money on a process that they know that we're not involved in, we don't want to become involved in? We've got our own agenda, we've got our own growth and our aspirations and our plans. We need to run our own ship, not have somebody else take our land for their benefit. We are looking after us and our ratepayers, and we have to stand firm on that. And I would agree with Councillor Hutton here, because the Premier needs to be included, because the ministers do their own thing. And for a minister to say we can't stop the process hasn't been formalised in the first place. Why waste taxpayers' money? So I think the Premier needs to know. She needs to know what her ministers are doing, and she needs to know what it'll do to us if it proceeds along that line, because we need to stand firm and we need to stand consolidated.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor.
I've just got a question to the CEO, if I could please. In the past, what resolutions have we passed or have been passed to basically set this process in motion from council's position, and what have we done in the past?
To be honest, through the chair, I would have to take that on notice, Councillor, to go back. Off the top of my head, I couldn't give you a run-through of when it has been to council or to briefing sessions. I'd need to go back through the record and check on that, so I'm not misleading either yourselves or the public.
I just think it's important that we, Councillor Hutton, it looks like.
If I can leave the table. So, council, the Livingstone Shire Council formally, and perhaps Councillor Mather misspoke in that a meeting was held, we dealt with this previously at meetings of council, both on the 13th and the 28th of August 2018, where Livingstone stated that a response be provided to the Minister for Local Government on the draft terms of reference in accordance with the details provided. So we never took a position either for or against the boundary realignment per se, but we were briefed on the discussions that were occurring from that June 21 meeting between the councillors with the local government minister and mediation.
I guess the question I'm trying to ascertain is, has this table at any point in time stated a position on whether we want to proceed with negotiating, for example, an outcome of separation?
Through you, Mr Mayor, if I can. No. So we were never asked to provide an approval or a disapproval of the process. All we were invited to do was provide feedback on the terms of reference as the minister provided. And that's where Livingstone set out its first case, saying, well, these are the things that we want to know are considered. You know, the economic, the financial sustainability effects on the Shire, the impacts both on the short-term and long-term impact for the community, on a range of things. But we were only ever asked to provide feedback on the draft terms of reference. We were never asked, do we support it or not support it? Because as I think, you know, the four remaining councillors from the last term would say, there was none of us four supported the, and I can't speak on behalf of the other councillors to say whether they had an opinion one way or the other.
Well, notwithstanding the commentary from Councillor Hutton, the issue of how this came about now is pretty much irrelevant. We have a matter that we have to deal with in terms of a proposed boundary realignment that has been commissioned by the Minister. So the purpose of my mayoral minute today was based on our discussions as a group of councillors informally to clearly articulate to the community our position on the proposed boundary realignment, and with the amendments to advise the Premier, which I wholeheartedly support as well. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillors, if there's no further debate or discussion, we'll go back into standing orders.
Resume standing orders. On so moved.
Councillor Mather.
Second.
Seconded, Councillor Bello. So the resolution, Council, or the recommendation, Council, is as follows. The Council writes to the Honourable Sterling Hinchcliffe, Minister for Local Government, Racing and Multicultural Affairs.
And the Premier.
And the Premier.
Thanks for that.
The Honourable Anastasia Palaszczuk. I'll put the spelling in later.
Leave that for later.
Advising that the newly elected Livingstone Shire Council does not support a boundary review as recommended by the Minister to the Boundary Commissioner in 2019. As one, Council values all areas of the Shire equally and does not wish to relinquish Glenlee, Glendale and Rocky View to Rockhampton Regional Council. And secondly, the suburbs of Glenlee, Glendale and Rocky View are key areas of our Shire that are included in Council's future economic development plans. So I shall move that, councillors. Have a second, please. Councillor Friend.
Mr. Quick.
All in favour?
Oh, sorry, Mr Mayor, we'll be able to speak on this motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, it's just that we went so quickly to the vote that we haven't.
Quickly, sorry.
No, it's okay.
So any comment on this, on the motion, please?
Yes, well, my apologies, it seems like prior to debate we've debated. I just wish to put my support in behind this motion in that it's important for the long-term sustainability of Livingstone that all aspects are reviewed, and that it's really important that we as a council collective take a view and provide a position to advise the state government as to what we believe is in the best interests of our community and Shire, and that that information is provided. Now, this does not mean to say that we're not open to logical alignments where it works, and I know that, you know, in 2014, back when our current mayor was actually the first CEO of Livingstone, that there were some discussions around very logical, small-scale boundary alignments that made sense, that were benefit of ratepayers and both councils, and I think those need to be considered where and when it applies, as all councils should do. But large-scale movement of entire suburbs from one council area to another, based on no planning grounds, based on no no significant logic is something that Livingstone shouldn't support, and I commend it to the table and hope that all councillors will support it.
Any further comments,
Yes, Mr.
councillors?
Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Eastwood.
Yeah, just really briefly, this matter just needs to be put to bed once and for all. These are our people, and they deserve our support, and we've got to keep them at all costs, and it makes for a better, livable Livingstone. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Eastwood. Any other comments, councillors?
Mr Chairman.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Just in support of the motion, Mr Chairman. And I recognise that debate really should go for and against, but seeing you being generous in your leeway this morning. Mr Chairman, as you rightly said, that corridor is strategic for the future of Livingstone, which goes all the way up to the caves and beyond. And I thank Councillor Friend for raising that business case that the previous mayor put forward to support the inclusion of that area as part of the Shire in the future. And I thank you for that. It's good to have another memory. We don't want Rockhampton taking our land when we are in charge of it. We need all of the Shire to feel welcome, as you rightly said. And I think in the past, the outer areas have felt neglected, and they do need to be included. They do need to show that they're part of what we want to share. Mr Chairman, we don't want Rockhampton to feel that we're sponging on them, because we're not. What's good for Livingstone is good for Rockhampton, because we all shop there, unless you go to Yeppoon. And if you go and have a look at the line of cars, kilometres long, because I do it every night, all the way from Yeppoon to Rockhampton. They're backwards and forwards. So we support Rockhampton. Support Rockhampton. Their economic growth is due to us, because we've got 27,000 people out there who probably do most of their shopping in Rockhampton, do their business in Rockhampton. Mayor Strelo should thank us for sharing her economy with our people.
Thank you, councillor Mather.
Mr Mayor, just a question.
Councillor Lynch.
Do we have a timeline that we have to get this business case back to Sterling Hinchcliffe? Is there a timeline? So we have to work pretty hard and fast to get that completed?
The question from councillor Lynch is there a timeline that we have to comply with to get information back to the minister? The answer is there's no timeline being set, but I would suggest that the sooner we get started on preparing our business case, the better, so we're prepared when the boundary commissioner comes knocking.
Mr Chairman, we need to be ready, shovel ready,
Correct.
ASAP.
Any further comment, councillors? Councillor Bello?
It's fair to say that we are living in unprecedented times with the COVID virus, and the financial and economic impacts on communities, councils right across Australia is something that we can only try and begin to mitigate against. Any decision that is made that will weaken, reduce Livingstone Shire Council's economic capacity and sustainability is something that we need to recognise and call out and be prepared to say no, that is not in the best interest of our community. If this was to proceed, the consequences on us as a council and on the remaining ratepayers would be something that would be extremely challenging for us to absorb. Now, that is not to say that we only want those northern suburbs purely for what they put in terms of rates. That would be a very narrow-minded way to look at it. The suburbs up there, as the suburbs of Narimbra, of Keppel Sands, of Kawarrell, Emu Park, Pacific Heights, wherever you are, every councillor here is committed to ensuring that we do the very best we can by you all. I'm not going to tell the people of Glenlee or Glenview or Rocky View, I'm not going to tell them where they would prefer to be, but I let them know that they are valuable. We recognise their importance to us as a shire, and their contribution towards the rates helped to put on and build capital projects like the lagoon, which is a wonderful asset to this community, and other capital projects which the whole region get to enjoy, as we see by the thousands of people that were there pre-COVID. As Councillor Mather said, what is good for Rockhampton is good for Yeppoon and Livingstone, and we want to start to work together as a region. I think the Mayor's comments throughout the election campaign was one shire, one region. So I would urge the decision makers in this, as they put these terms of reference together and they consider the implications of what they would do to Livingstone, that they would just say, no, it is not in the best interest of the Livingstone Shire Council to separate those suburbs. And therefore we will not participate in something that could potentially jeopardise our community so much that who knows where we would end up.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. I'm understanding there's no one opposed to this motion, Councillor, so I'm just being very flexible in terms of asking for comment. So any further comment from councillors? I'll conclude the discussion on it. As Councillor Bello so eloquently put it, we value all parts of our community. We value Glenlee, Glendale, Rockyview as part of our community. And certainly during the election campaign it was made very clear that a lot of the Northern Corridor and a lot of the non-coastal areas felt a little bit left out. And if you look at the capital works program over the last 4 years, you can identify where people, you can understand why they think the emphasis has been coastal centric. We need to embrace the rural areas of the Shire because they are part of our DNA. They are what Livingstone is. There are some magnificent areas in our rural shires. You've got Byfield, you've got the Caves, you've got Marlborough with its rural areas. We've got some wonderful assets in terms of the natural environment here in our Shire, and we need to embrace it. And we certainly need to fight to retain it. And so, having said that, councillors, I put the recommendation to the table, and I shall so move. Can I get a seconder, please?
You've wound up, Mr Chairman, haven't you?
No, I'm second.
Yeah, you're right.
Seconder?
Sorry.
So moved myself, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour, please. Unanimous vote. Thank you, councillors.
Hopefully it is to bed too.
Moving on to item 9.4, councillors, the mayoral minute in relation to the pipeline from the Capricorn Coast mainland to Great Keppel Island. Before we get into debate, councillors, can I request your indulgence in terms of the slight rewording, please? I was going to change the wording in point 1 to council writes to the Queensland Department of Innovation and Tourism Industry Development. With me, Justine, sorry. Writes to the Queensland Department of Innovation and Tourism Industry Development, offering support for development on Great Keppel Island as it does for all areas of Livingstone Shire, and delete the rest.
Mr Mayor, if I may, can I suggest that we take out that as it does for all areas of Livingstone Shire only? That reads to me to suggest the Kinka wetlands and any other, like, I know the intention's there, but the wording's very a bit too broad now, I think, at that stage. So to say that offering support for development on Great Keppel Island itself means it removes any reference to the development or to any individual proponents, but just when it says that for all areas of Livingstone Shire, it becomes a bit too broad.
Okay. The intention of the rewording, thank you, Councillor Hunt. The intention of the rewording, Councillor, is to make the support for development broad on Great Keppel Island, not for a particular project. So I'll take Councillor Hutton's advice and just remove that last bit. Thanks, Justine. So the recommendation, councillors, now is that council writes to the Queensland Department of Innovation and Tourism Industry Development offering support for development on Great Keppel Island. Secondly, clearly articulates in its correspondence with the Department of Innovation and Tourism Industry Development the council's responsibility for the maintenance of the proposed water supply infrastructure to Great Keppel Island would conclude at the point where it leaves or left the mainland. And councillors, could I ask for I'll move that, thank you. And can I have a seconder, please? So we can get the debate started. Councillor Maynard, thank you. Okay, councillors, this mayoral minute, again, comes out of one of our informal councillor meetings. And really it is about trying to clearly articulate council's position around any perceived responsibility by council in relation to maintaining any pipeline constructed between the mainland and the Great Keppel Island. The view, I think, of the room is that council does not wish to assume responsibility for maintenance of any pipeline constructed to Great Keppel Island. The risk associated with that is high, simply because of potential failures, potential maintenance costs going forward, and it's pretty much venturing into the unknown. So it is a recommendation that council does not accept responsibility for maintenance for any component of the pipeline after it leaves the mainland and the rise of Great Keppel Island. So our responsibility simply is from the reservoir at Emu Park to where it leaves the mainland. And I wanted to clearly articulate that so that there is no misunderstanding within the community anywhere, but that is council's preferred position. Any speakers against the motion? No?
No, the second.
Any speakers for the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Anybody else like to speak first?
Councillor, you're up first, Councillor May.
Oh, okay.
Then Councillor Hunt.
Mr. Chairman, this council at any stage has never said we don't want development on the island.
Correct.
We welcome the development. It's important. It's crucial to our economic growth and our survival, our very own survival. We just haven't had the right proponents. We don't know who they are. We have not been given any feedback as to what is proposed, what the terms and conditions are, or what the environmental studies entail. We have no knowledge of this. We are not about to embark on any undertaking that would cost our ratepayers without any knowledge of what we're actually buying into. So it's important that at some stage we will be consulted as to what's happening, and then we'll decide with the money that we have, with the money that we're given, as to what our part will be. We have a part to play. Of course we do. We're one of the primary players, but the government is obviously doing its due diligence down south, and we're not privy to that. And although there's been some funding approvals, we don't know what that funding will bring us, whether it's sufficient. All these studies that are going to take place, we don't know exactly what that means, how much is short, what we have to pay for as a gap. There's a lot of the unknowns at the moment, but one thing is for sure, we certainly support appropriate development on Great Keppel Island, because that is crucial not only to the Livingstone Shire, but to the region. It sends a real clear message to people. We've got the best jewel in the crown. Come and visit us. And there's probably a lot more I could say, Mr. Chairman, but I believe that we're all on the same page with this. But we do need to be very sure that we tell the government we're not against a proposal, we just want the right proposal. But we are not paying anything over and above what we're entitled to pay or what we're required to pay to get it off the ground.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Assuming still there are no speakers against, so I'll go to Councillor Hutton. Thank you, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And can I commend the council table for this position paper? And I'm sure that it's only the first of what will be many, where council collectively together sets out clearly what its views are and what its aspirations are for the community. And I think that's really important in terms of the transparency of the Shire, but also in helping set that vision. When I look at this motion and the position paper that's been written, it really comes to me about what are our values as a community and how it comes back to that. So the Livingstone 2050 document, as we all know, talked about council taking on a leadership role. Now, a leadership role doesn't mean that council has to be the actor in every project, both infrastructure, social, community, or whatever. For this project, Livingstone's been the advocate. Livingstone's been an advocate that said, you know, in terms of infrastructure to the island, that it may be required to have greater access to allow development to occur sustainably, to allow development to occur that's not going to have such impact on the existing residents and businesses on the island. It also talks about collaboration, and Livingstone has been honest and stepped forward from very early on, talking about how we're very happy to be an advocate and to apply for funding sources to help support this project. But we've also been very, very clear when we talk about our role that we don't see a role for Livingstone in owning, managing or maintaining any underwater asset. Livingstone has to be about its sustainability, both financial and environmental, and an asset such as this, in terms of the water pipeline, is beyond the realms of something that this council and this community can afford to manage and maintain. We are an advocate. We will continue to support development on the island, as this says, without referencing any particular development, because it's not about any development or any developer. It's about the island itself as the jewel in the crown, as Councillor Maver rightfully said. But it's also about us taking a position to say, hey, while we are supportive of any steps that can be taken by the state or federal government or other actors to make the island thrive, not just survive, we're also recognising that council has limitations, and council's not going to pretend to be everything for everyone when we can't be. And so I fully support this position paper. I commend the Mayor for the writing of it and setting out this position. I think it articulates the views of the collective view, but also is very clear and honest. And I think that's really important, that we need to be in all of our dealings with whoever our collaborators may be or partners may be in making Great Keppel Island go forward. And I think it also gives certainty to those residents and businesses already on the island. So I commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Still assuming there's no no opinion to the negative on this. So any further comments, Councillor?
Yeah,
Councillor.
if you would indulge me, that would be great, Mr. Chairman.
No, worries,
unless
Councillor Ballard.
Councillor Lynch, who
Councillor
I think
Lynch.
she wants to say something.
I would like to recommend what the council and as a collaborative are deciding with this. I'm really excited for tourism in this area, and as you know, this is something we're all very, very passionate about. But as we stand here as councillors, we have an obligation to our ratepayers, and that is we will look after them and we will look after our costs and our expenditure, that we are mindful of what we're doing or how we're spending our money. So as far as tourism going forward, absolutely for it, very excited to see what's going to happen in the future. But I appreciate what's been brought to the table and agree with it.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Councillor Friend, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, well, I'm all for this motion because we need to look at what is in our capital works, what we can afford, what the rest of the Shire needs, and this is really important, that we make a stand and say, do we have the expertise to maintain the submarine pipeline? How much is it going to cost? We can't do this as a local government. We need to look at other capital works around our whole of region, our whole of Shire. So I'm all for this, but like Councillor Lynch said, I'm also excited moving forward because Great Keppel Island is a jewel, as Councillor Maper said, and we need to protect the jewel in our crown. So I certainly agree that we should not be paying anything more than where the pipeline leaves the mainland, but we should be looking and hoping for a better future for Great Keppel Island.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Bello, did you?
Oh, I'd love to, Mr Chairman. And the pipeline and the complexities of it have proven to be quite challenging, and even the state government themselves that originally committed $25 million or thereabouts to achieve power and water on Keppel Island would themselves acknowledge that that was not overly accurate, and that in fact it could be 50 million, could be 60, maybe even 70. Well, the concern for us and for me as a councillor in taking that into consideration is how do we know what the complexities of maintaining that asset will be going into the future? Will it be in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years you need to spend however many millions of dollars? We don't know. And just as it started this project in really, I guess, less than accurate due diligence, it was going to be achieved for 25 million. That was a commitment. It hasn't been achieved, and it won't be achieved for 25 million. Could be double that. So therefore, to commit to the maintenance of this asset going forward without fully understanding the implications on our council would be, in my view, foolish and not something that I'm prepared to do. I do, however, recognise that our tourism community, and we have some of the best in Queensland down there with Max Allen at Freedom Fast Cats and the guys on the Hideaway and Shane Bonney and them over there. They're desperately trying to maintain survival in these very challenging conditions economically. And they're trying to do that to showcase the wonderful island is Great Keppel. And we all believe in it. And it may seem contradictory that we want the tourism, but we're not prepared to commit to the maintenance. But hey, in the light that we don't know going forward just what those consequences and the costings will be, as has been proven by the very people that were going to be prepared to pay for the project in the first place, where they got it wrong. And that is not a criticism, that's an observation. And so therefore I'm not prepared to commit to the maintenance, and this motion is very clear in what it's saying, and I think it's an important position for this table to take in the new term of council here. So thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Reeswood.
Yes, I would like to have a say. Absolutely, yeah. We cannot be responsible for the continued maintenance of this pipeline. I was thinking just then about this COVID-19, and there's going to be so much more domestic tourism, and it's really, really, really important that we get Keppel back to its glory days. It's really, really important that people can go over and get wrecked again on Keppel, but we cannot be responsible for maintaining the costs of that pipeline to do that. The state are going to benefit in the long run as tourism returns to our state, and I think they can have a hand in the responsibility of the pipeline. Thank you.
Any other comments, councillors? We'll wrap up the debate on this one then, councillors. And thank you so much for your respected inputs on this. During the election campaign, I don't think there was one person I spoke to that wasn't in favour of Great Keppel Island and it being returned to some sort of form of overall prosperity, and where that the community didn't support it developing in some shape or form. Where, in contrast to that, the community was very vocal about it not wanting to assume responsibility for the maintenance of any pipeline or any infrastructure supporting any proposed development over. So, again, I mean, to encapsulate the views of the council around the room, we have, as Councillor Mather puts it, the jewel in the crown. So we're not saying we don't support development over there. In fact, we do. We're saying the opposite. We do support development over there. But what we don't support is a cost to our ratepayers for any infrastructure that's going to be part of Great Keppel Island development. So, councillors, I thank you for your commentary around this, and I put the motion to the table as we've got a mover and a seconder. Can I have a show of hands, please, for those in support? All in favour? Unanimously, thank you very much.
Mr Chairman, because in the report there's reference about funding that's been allocated, can we at a later briefing session, or sooner rather than later, discuss that as to what it's for?
We can bring that to a briefing session.
Yes, please. I think we all need to be aware of it because there are certain questions to be asked over all of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. And Mr CEO, is this an opportune time to break for morning tea?
I guess so, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes.
Break for morning tea, councillors. Can I have a...
Yeah.
Councillor Mather,
You second it?
Councillor Friend,
Councillor, yep.
All in favour?
all in favour?
Yes.
Thank you. Come back from morning tea, please. So move. Councillor Bello seconded. All in favour? Thank you. Okay, so we have no councillor reports or delegate reports. We have no report from the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee. So we'll move to item 12 and 12.1, bushfire rates relief. Mr Bacon, please.
Mr Mazzaferri will present.
Mr Mazzaferri is going to present that.
Thank you, and good morning again, councillors. In summary, this report is to recommend the rescinding of Resolution 9.2-2 of Council's ordinary meeting, which occurred on the 17th of March 2020, and replaced with a resolution that supports the use of Category D funding, which was the Bushfire Recovery Exceptional Assistance Immediate Support Package for the rate relief. A little bit of background for you, councillors. On the 17th of March 2020, Council resolved to assist the owners of the 15 properties destroyed in the Cobberell Fire of 2019. This was by way of requesting support from the Queensland Government or by Council granting a hardship concession. A letter was actually penned to the Queensland State Government and they declined to support in the way of rebate. Therefore, the Council resolution was to provide the rebate of all rates and charges for the rating period of 1st of January 2020 to 30th of January 2020. In communication with a federal member of Capricorn office, advice was sought to clarify whether we could use the $1.3 million of the Category D Bushfire Recovery Exceptional Assistance Immediate Support Package, with the following response provided. Local councils can use the funding for whatever they deem necessary to provide community recovery, including rate relief. As such, it's proposed to use approximately $24,761 of the $1.3 million to grant a hardship concession to the owners of those 15 properties. So in summary, it requests consideration to rescind Resolution 9.2 as per the 15 dwellings in the report, and to replace it with a new resolution which Council grant a concession under the provisions contained within Part 10 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 on the basis of the payment of rates or charges will cause hardship to the landowner.
I'd be happy to move that motion, Mr Chairman, if, in the absence of nobody else's.
Moved Councillor Bello.
I'll second it, Mr Mayor.
Seconded Councillor Eastwood.
Just a question is through you to the CEO. While we're looking at relaxing the rates from January or the second half of the year, they would have already been paid, I would imagine, unless they've been asked to withhold that payment. So does that mean we're going to refund the money they've already paid?
I guess there's two ways of dealing with that, councillor, and my understanding is that 13 of the 15 have paid. So the two options would be either provide a refund back to them or alternatively ask them if they just want that to be credited for the next
notice.
The next notice period.
So we need to send out a letter to them all.
We will need to communicate with them
for
anyway,
those who
councillor.
haven't paid,
Yes.
we'd automatically pay theirs. But those who've already paid, we'd have to send letters out to them.
Well, through sorry, I'll put my teeth in. The process from here, Councillor Mather, will be that once this resolution, or if this resolution is passed by Council, officers will contact them via phone today to advise them that Council has approved this motion, and then it will be followed up by a letter. Mm-hmm. But we just wanted to make sure that they were informed today so that they were contacted personally, because it's kind of impersonal to read about it in tomorrow's paper when you haven't actually received any official notification.
And it's sort of been suspended all this time too, not knowing what was happening. So we don't need it as part of the recommendation or the resolution that they need to be contacted. We just,
It'll happen anyway as a matter
yeah,
of course.
okay. That's domestic stuff. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Bello, would you like to speak
I
to
just
your
have a
motion,
question for the CEO, if I could.
Sure.
Firstly, just prior to speaking to this motion, I just want to ensure that is Livingstone Shire Council certain that the Queensland State Government has rejected to pay the 15 fire victim rates relief as requested by the resolution?
There's a response from the state government, councillor, which doesn't offer to pay the rates. So it's about a page in length. Doesn't answer the question in a yes/no manner. But the gist of that letter is it was declining to pay.
Okay.
And councillors have a copy of that letter anyway, so you're fully aware of what the content is.
So there could be no suggestion, I guess, that any way, shape or form that the Queensland State Government hasn't adequately been requested of to give them an opportunity to accede to the request that we've asked from them to pay the rates for these fire victims. And I guess even picking up from our business outstanding earlier, where Councillor Hutton pointed out the importance perhaps, or the additional benefit in including the Premier, for example, in the correspondence, as opposed to the Minister as well.
I can feel that one, Mr CEO, if you like. In response to your question, Councillor Bello,
Yep.
we've actually been receiving a bit of flack from sectors of the community, as you'd be aware, in terms of the length of time it's taken for this to be resolved.
Yep.
Part of that issue has been, I suppose, in the middle of all of this, it was resolved prior to the election, as you know. In the middle of all of this was the election, so the matter was not addressed until the new council was sworn in, at which time I wrote to Minister Hinchcliffe, putting council's case, quoting the resolution from council and asking for his approval, or asking for a decision.
Yep.
And as the acting CEO has said, the letter came back not committing, but not saying yes, not saying no, but essentially quoting certain sections of the Act. Part of the resolution from council in March, as you know, because you put it forward, I think,
Yes.
was that they be asked, that the Queensland Government be asked to pay as New South Wales Government has done. Now, we got about half a paragraph on why the New South Wales Government had done that, but there was certainly no comment from the Minister as to why Queensland would or would not. So, in answer to your question, there is clearly no ambiguity about the request. They were certainly asked whether they'd be prepared to make that contribution. We got an ambiguous response, which basically wasn't yes or no, but they certainly didn't say yes. So we're reading into that, and that certainly the answer is no. They're not prepared to do it. And I have to say that I congratulate and commend the member for Capricornia in not only securing this funding for us, but also securing permission for us to actually pay the rates out of this grant. So I'd like to formally acknowledge her about that and her efforts on behalf of Livingstone. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor Bello.
Yep, thank you.
So just a further question. So has any contact been made with the residents prior to the due date for the rates? I suppose I'm just surprised that 13 out of the 15 have paid their rates when there was a resolution stating that they would have their rates covered one way or the other.
I can't comment on what motivated them to pay.
I suppose so. My question is, was there any correspondence from council informing them of a decision to remove the burden of rates from them, or did they solely read about it in the morning bulletin?
I'd say the latter, councillor. I'm unaware of any contact being made to the affected members.
Well, it's an excellent point, Councillor Hutton. Perhaps it's something we can take on board for future terms of our engagement with the community.
And just to probably tease that out a little bit, I guess there would have been, is it fair to say that the organisation may have been waiting to determine what the state government's response was before determining, ultimately there was never any dispute about that the rates were going to be paid.
Yeah, correct.
I think that's the positive in the action that was taken by supporting the previous resolution. There was never any dispute. The only thing that was left to be determined was who was going to pay it.
And I suppose in teasing that out further, my question is then if our desire was around reducing the stress and concern of ratepayers at a time when they were financially struggling or perceived to be financially struggling, if no correspondence was provided to them saying, hey, don't worry, you don't need to lock up your money, we whatever, I wonder if the trains left the station, so to speak. If 13 and 15 have already paid, it's a reflection that they're not going to, while they'll surely will appreciate the benefit of a refund or something along those lines, the desired outcome at the time, which was to reduce the strain and stress on them at a time when they were struggling, won't have been achieved because they've still actually had to shell out the money to start with. And I'm surprised, knowing that that outcome was assured that one way or the other, we had confirmed that they weren't going to be asked to pay their rates that 13 out of the 15 have, because there was no correspondence to that effect.
And if I could probably, as myself and Councillor Friend, who are involved in the audit and business risk, the Arabic there, I would hope to think that the scenario that we've just described could be something that they could review and consider to ensure that the processes are in place to make sure that these resolutions are enacted in a timely manner and in a manner that reflects the intent of the resolution. Because there's clearly, as an observation, as there was an observation as to why wasn't the request sent immediately after the resolution was passed last year under the previous administration. It took 3 weeks, apparently. So from a governance perspective, I think that's what we learn out of it, hopefully. And so it's always about aspiring to do things better, ultimately. That's all from my...
Thank you, Councillor Bello. It's always about, as we encapsulate within the councillors themselves, the term closing the loop. So it's important to keep closing the loop and making sure that feedback and return to point is always made. Councillor Bello, you've moved this recommendation, so would you like to speak to it?
Yep, thank you. Very briefly, my fellow councillors, it's not often you get to turn back time and have another go, but through rescinding the previous resolution, which was effectively going to have the ratepayers underpin the state government in the event that they would decline the offer to pay the rates, it would appear that whilst they haven't said categorically no, they certainly haven't made any indication that they are going to pay the rates. And so therefore I think it's in trying to move forward and to provide that relief to these people, although they may have paid their rates, I think many of them would have done it because they did not want to be left wondering, are we going to get, consequences of not paying them? I know I had one of the residents ring me and say, hey, should I pay them or not? I said, well, hang on, that's not for me to tell you ultimately. There is a resolution that said those rates will be paid, but I believe you should take it up with the accounts department. You do what you think's right, but I can assure you that this table has made it clear that they will be paying, your rates will be paid by an entity of government at some level. So, as I said, it's not often you get to turn back time, but thankfully there is a good ending to this story. And previously my intent in voting against the resolution that was passed at the end of our last term was I did not want the ratepayers setting a precedent that in the event of natural disasters, whether it be one home lost in Cyclone Marcia or 15 homes lost in this fire event, or who knows what in the next natural disaster, touch wood, we don't get any for a long time. I'm sure Dave Mass would agree with me. But a community only has so much capacity. And it's not uncommon for communities in Queensland, although we can levy our rates higher or lower, other than New South Wales, we've seen time and time again where higher levels of government have come to the rescue. They've come and provided additional relief to what the local government could provide. Now, whether that was in Marshia here, we saw record support come after that, both by the federal and the state government. If you go up north, Tropical Cyclone Yazi, our history is littered with natural disasters that the state and federal government have stepped in and provided additional support to the local councils, even though they could have put up their rates to cover the cost of those disasters. But ultimately, the backs and shoulders of the community were crippling and buckling under the economic and psychological and emotional impacts of disasters. That's why we have higher levels of government that we can go to. Thankfully, this time, the federal government has said, yes, we will allow you to use that money if you so choose as a collective of council to pay those rates. What a great outcome. What a great outcome. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bello. Is anyone in opposition to the motion?
Just a clarification, Mr Chairman. You rightly gave background to the Minister's letter, but I think the members who haven't read the letter need to be aware that New South Wales rating system was very different to ours, and they were allowed to do that because they the constraints on the way they distributed their rates. And that's what the Minister was relying on to say that we're different.
Provided with a copy of the letter.
Yes.
So, yeah. Anyone speaking in opposition to the motion? Okay, anyone else care to speak to the motion? Councillor Eastwood.
I guess I just like the community to know that it was always our intention that the rates got paid. And we would have loved the state government to have stepped in and come up with the dollars. And if they hadn't, we were going to do it. And so I'm very grateful that the feds have come in and they've allowed us to use this money. It's been a hard time for these people, and this is a good result. I wish it had been more timely. It wasn't. But in the end, it's worked out for good, and I think it's a really good thing. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else care to speak to the motion?
Just to say, Mr Chairman,
Councillor Maynard.
the timing is the sad part, Mr Chairman. But the wheels of local government are slow, but the wheels of the state are even slower. We found that out. We find it out all the time. And I'm just pleased we can do it. And like you, thank Michelle for coming up with the money that has allowed us to do it, because local governments are struggling as well. So we're trying to help people while we're trying to still stay viable ourselves. So we pursue every avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Would anyone else care to speak to the motion? Okay, councillors, the resolution is in front of you. We have a mover and Councillor Bello, a seconder. I can't read that. Oh, okay. Seconder, can I have a seconder, please, for the motion?
Councillor Eastwood.
Councillor Eastwood. Okay, all in favour? Unanimous? Thank you,
Mr
councillors.
Chairman, you're setting a precedent here. All this unanimous voting.
We had days like that.
Your
Not
vote.
many.
It's your votes, councillor, not mine. Item 12.2, development application for a development permit for reconfiguring a lot at 93 Charcoal Road, Ross Moyer. Mr CEO, who's presenting that one?
Tammy is.
Tammy is. Welcome, Tammy.
Good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. So item 12.2 is in relation to a development application for reconfiguring a lot for one lot into 3 lots at Charcoal Road, Rossmoor. The site is currently 120.8 hectares in size and located in the rural zone. The site is identified with a number of overlays, the first being agricultural land class A and B, which indicates that the land is suitable for intensive agricultural pursuits. There are 2 biodiversity overlays. There's state-regulated vegetation and a small section of waterway within the northeast corner of the lot. Oh, thank you. So the site is also mapped with some bushfire, which is generally concentrated in the northern ridgelines of the property. So the proposal is to subdivide the site into three lots. Lot 1, 47.6 hectares, Lot 2, 48.1 hectares, and Lot 3, 25.1 hectares. So the site's located in a well-established rural district, and there's some similarly sized lots to the south that range about the 30 hectare size. So just to summarise the key aspects of the development, the development doesn't actually comply with the minimum lot size for this zone. The minimum lot size is 60 hectares, and as we saw, the proposed lot sizes range in size between 47, 48 and 25 hectares. The application was impact accessible and publicly notified between the 30th of January and the 21st of February, and there were no submissions received for the application. There's an agricultural report which is in support of the application and identifies that the proposed lot sizes can still facilitate existing uses within the site and has the potential for other agricultural uses to be undertaken on the proposed lot sizes. There's a dwelling house, sorry, I should just go back and explain this. There is a dwelling house already located on the site, and that'll be retained within Lot 1. And proposed Lot 3 also has an existing driveway. So the development is not considered to compromise the strategic framework, and officers recommend the development be approved subject to relevant and reasonable conditions and infrastructure charges totalling $29,500. Just to follow on, Councillor Mather raised a question in regards to the current condition of Charcoal Road and any potential for upgrades at the developer's expense in relation to this application. Our engineers attended a site inspection in November and noted that Charcoal Road, that there's actually a section of Charcoal Road which is not maintained by council. So the red line indicates a section which is like council maintained, and the section to the east is privately owned.
Sorry, can you just explain what you mean by that?
So if I just use the pointer, so this section here,
that's already
that's
constructed?
maintained by council.
Yes.
This is a private road, so it's not actually maintained by council.
Is it a road reserve? Through you, Mr. Chairman, is it a road reserve?
Correct.
It is
It's a
road
road
reserve, but it is not. It's not currently maintained by council.
Well, if it's not maintained, it's not constructed, and that's what we should be asking them to do, to construct to the...
So,
Yeah.
so through you, Mr. Mayor, the road is actually constructed to a rural access standard. It's just not maintained by council. So our engineers felt that the current standard, and given that all 3 proposed lots actually have frontage to the road, so they already have a formed frontage to the road, and Lot 3 actually has an existing access driveway from the road.
The non-road.
Well, that's their responsibility anyway. What I want to know is, from the end of the red to Lot 3, is it? Lot 3, is that going to be constructed to formalise the road reserve that is not constructed?
Yeah, so there's about 100 metres between where the council maintained road section ends to the start of proposed lot 3. We do have the opportunity to condition that 100 metres be constructed and then that signage moved. However, our development engineers felt that due to the current standard and that there's already an existing access to proposed lot 3, they felt it was an unreasonable condition in relation to the development.
Well, Mr Chairman, I find that, I'm not objecting to what the officer says, but I have found so many places where people ask me, why don't they go past that point? They stop at that tree, they don't go down the road because it's not being constructed. So it falls back onto us providing a service to those lots that pay rates. This is my argument. All we need to do is extend that road to the nearest boundary to give them access to their driveway. Because it's up to them to do the driveway. That's their responsibility. But if we're only going to maintain to there, normally that's not done. It should be to their driveway or to the nearest boundary. And I don't think that's unreasonable because I'm picking up all these things all the time. I see them all the time.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Hutton?
So my question's on the same issue. So how do they have lawful access to their property through that private road?
Yeah, so there's currently an access already achieved from the private road.
Okay, so do they have, with this approval, is there an easement placed on it to confirm that right?
No,
Or
because
could
it is
the-
a road reserve.
Well, the real, if they're using that, they really should have a permit to occupy that section of unconstructed road to reach their driveway.
So because we're saying it's not a road, but it is a road.
We're taking a liability if we allow them to go on an unconstructed road that has not had a permit to occupy. All I'm saying is we have a responsibility to make sure that that road is extended to the length to the next boundary. It might only be 50 metres.
Or through you, Mr Mayor, or to where the driveway is going to go.
Well, if that's where they want it, yes. That should be part of the condition.
All right, well, can I throw to the CEO, please, for a comment on that? Do you want the engineer back?
I would need to pass to the relevant managers in the world of development assessment and engineering to comment on that. Perhaps the engineers can come and give an account of themselves. Yeah. Do you want to comment?
My understanding is Jeff Carter has provided advice on this condition too.
Oh, come up to the table now.
I've got Jeff's comments. That's okay, I understand. So that is a council road reserve, so you're correct there, Councillor Mather. And the area of the red line is, there's a sign on the side of the road that says end of council maintained road. That's what it says. And from that point east, the landowners have been maintaining the other section of road. So if your question is, could we condition that the rural standard or the council standard be extended to the access driveway, we could add that as a condition if that's what councillors would like.
That's all it is. Otherwise we'd be taking on a liability where there's no permit to occupy. Because one day the owner of that lot will move, somebody else will come in and they'll complain to somebody here, why don't you come to my boundary? Why don't you come to my driveway? Because that's what you will get. We're just trying to prevent that before it happens.
Through you, Mr Chair, if we do add that, the applicant has a right to negotiate when they get the decision, and if that's not something they're favourable, you'll get a report. We will report back to you to let you know.
The other question, it's an official road, isn't it, now? The red part is an official road, which will require a name, Charcoal.
Question, if I could, Mr Chair, to the officer there.
Councillor Bello.
What's the logic behind the decision that's been applied there? Why do it as opposed to what's been contrary to that?
Through you, Mr Mayor, sorry, is the question why is the road currently not fully maintained, or?
No, well, partly that, but as part of this subdivision, the staff prepare and through their town planning background assess it and put these conditions on it. What's the logic behind the road ending where it is in light of the new subdivision and not continuing the road forward? Is it because it's not really necessary, or it's a cost saving on behalf of council so it doesn't go on their register of roads to maintain? Or
Through you, Mr Mayor, the road is actually constructed to
Yes.
a rural access standard,
Yes.
and our engineers felt that, being that it is already constructed to the current standard, there was no further requirements. And Lot 3 already does have an access from that road. It's just that council doesn't maintain that section.
And would it be fair, as a follow-up question, that the purchaser of Lot 3 would understand that at their time of purchasing and they accept the condition of the road as it is, it'll become their responsibility if they do proceed to purchase?
That's correct. So the purpose of this subdivision is actually a family subdivision. So they are currently aware of the standard of the road and the expectations of which section of that road is maintained by council.
Okay.
Go to Councillor Hutton, thank you.
Thank you.
So under whose obligation is the maintenance of that road to maintain it at the rural road standard?
So through you, Mr Mayor, any works that will be undertaken on that road need to be done through an application, works in road reserve through council. So it can be done by the owners, but it's upon application, and those current standards they have to follow.
So currently, whose obligation is it that that road's maintained at a rural road standard?
So it's not maintained by council. Therefore, if any owners in that area want maintenance, they may make application and undertake the work themselves.
So there's no obligation for someone to maintain that road currently to a rural road standard?
There's no obligation for council to, no. So.
Just a question for you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood.
My question is that road a thoroughfare through other roads and how far does it continue? Where does it lead to?
It's a maze of roads up there. It's a maze of roads up there.
One day it goes across.
So that's it.
So it does
So
connect.
the site's here.
Yep.
You're asking if it doesn't go all the way through. So it's not got a lot of through traffic is my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's okay. I think too, another example through you, sorry, Andrea, Councillor Andrea. There's roads like Wild Road, if councillors have heard of those. There's lots of road reserves throughout every local government in Queensland. And it was someone sitting down in an office one day drawing lines on a map that went over mountains that will never ever be built. So there's lots of road reserves out there, and like our council has road reserves, not all of them will have a road on them, but you do have properties through them, and you do get people that do want to access their property. And although council won't maintain the road to a certain standard, it's up to people to make application, like Tammy said, to actually get their own driveway or access to their property.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If the part of the road that's not actually maintained by council is constantly used by the residents in that area, and there, goodness knows, we don't want this to happen, but there was a car accident. It is a road reserve. Will council be liable? Because we don't maintain it. We don't maintain it past a certain point.
I think that's a question that I'll have to put a notice back to another team.
Okay.
Any standard that council sets for the road to be done would be quite specific.
Yes.
And it would be about clearance and sight lines and all those kinds of things. So I suppose for us, it's about the amount of vehicles that are currently moving there. Is that going to change? Probably not, because there's an existing access there.
Sure.
Yes.
So there's an existing access, and I'd like to go back to what Councillor Mather said earlier, because in my past experience, I have heard the same things, that people certainly, this subdivision, ROL may be for family, but someone might sell down the track, and then, why is now road being maintained? So what will it take to put that condition in relation to some sort of an easement up to that property?
Through the chair, if I could, you can't put an easement in a road reserve, because a road reserve is, by implication, for a road. So
Yes.
you can't put an easement over a road reserve for a road.
Righto, okay.
So is the only way that you could guarantee any future landholder, purchaser, is aware of the fact that they're on an unsealed, maintain the road is to would it be to put a property note on so that when they do their property search as part of their due diligence of purchase that might flag it for them?
Through Mr Mayor, is that something that we could do?
You could do, and also through a condition on the approval, and that's something that they have to address, is to extend the road, and that council takes that on to the point of the driveway. That's something that you could...
That's not a big deal, is it?
Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, so I suppose my question was if to follow the officer's recommendation, which is not to condition for the road, is the only way that we can inform, recognising it's currently for a family arrangement but may in the future not be that case, how do we inform the next buyer, which I think is the issue Councillor Bello raised, and would a property note achieve that if we were happy to accept it, go with the officer's recommendation?
Through you, Mr Chair, a property note, we do property notes all the time in our system, so that when we're giving advice, it's a flag, if you like, for that to be noted, absolutely.
But, sorry, I guess if I can just clarify in my own mind, I think the question relates to if a potential buyer's solicitor in the future wants to find out what the implication for that road is, how do they find that out? Is it through our property note or is it through something on the approval?
To answer your question, there's lots of types of searches that solicitors do for conveyancing. There's certain searches they probably should do, which they don't do enough of. If they did a standard planning and development certificate, that would give them every approval and it would give them the conditions of the subdivision approval.
Thank you.
If you went that way.
Mr
Councillor
Chairman,
Mather.
I raise it because council has a policy or a practice or both that we'll get one chance at this. The subdivision has been proposed and the council is about to approve it. We normally require a road to be built up to the last boundary. We don't get that very often, that we only leave a little bit at the end out. I've never seen it before. We've got the opportunity with the subdivision application to actually make the condition that the road goes right to the last boundary. If they want to take it up to the driveway, that's fine. But it should go to the boundary at the very least. Otherwise, why are we making it different for this one? Because that's what we're doing. If any other subdivision were to come in, they would be required to put a road in up until that last boundary.
All right, so how do we facilitate Councillor Mather's request, ladies?
So through you, Mr Mayor, I understand what you're saying, but in this case, the road is physically there. The difference is that it's not maintained by council. So the road is constructed to the rural access standard. It just isn't, the sign isn't moved to the end of that section. Council don't maintain that section. So it is we could include a condition if that's a decision that councillors would like to include a condition. That the council maintained section of road is moved to the beginning of lot 3.
We just extend the road. That's all they say. You just extend the road as we know it.
We would be extending the section of road which is maintained by council.
We can't cut straws, Mr Chairman.
Is currently there.
Can I just seek clarification here, Councillor Mather? So you're wanting to... The road's already formed, but you want to extend council's responsibility for maintenance to the gate of lot 3.
Well, that's what would normally happen in a subdivision of this kind. I'm not asking for anything that hasn't happened in other places.
No,
this is no different.
Just seeking clarification.
Yes.
No. The condition of the road after the council maintained sign to the end of the boundary, is there much difference in the condition?
Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor. I did have a photograph, but it's only printed out in black and white. So the road does continue past the sign, which is... I'm sorry, I don't have that on the slide to include. That was just given to me by the engineers when they went on their site inspection. So there is very little difference in the condition of the road before and after the signage.
Mr Chairman, there's not much that would be required on this road to bring it up to a standard that council would maintain. You've got vegetation right up to the edge. There's no table drain, there's no drainage. And we would require that of anybody else.
Yeah,
and
my understanding, Councillor, is that the road's already at council standard. We just need to agree to maintain it.
That's right. That's right.
Just to clarify your point there, Mr Chair, and perhaps through the officer there, would it be fair to say that the developers themselves would not be objecting to council being prepared to move the sign further up the road? It's not going to cost them anything. It just means that the council as a whole will extend the length of that road that is going to be maintained by the ratepayer. That's ultimately the nuts and bolts of the outcome if we chose to go that way.
If we chose to go that way.
And what sort of lineal distance is it? What sort of budget are we talking?
So, through you, Mr Mayor, it would be 100 metres of new road. It would just need to be 4 metres wide. There would be a requirement of some road gravel to be placed on it and vegetation clearing.
Just on the edge of it.
So
yes.
they'd have to do some work to bring it up to standard
Yeah.
before
Yes.
we take it.
Yes. Mr Chairman, technically it's an unconstructed section of road reserve. To be able to bring it up to a standard that the council will take it over and maintain forever and a day, it's got to be clear form and drained. We're not asking them to do that. That's the difference. Why are we treating this applicant different to every other application?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we refer all of our applications to our development assessment unit through the engineers, and in this case they thought it may be too much for a 1 into 3 rural subdivision, which is why it wasn't conditioned, but Tammy has done some investigation to alert that to yourselves for today. So.
Councillor Hutton.
Mr Mayor, I wonder if, in the interest of progressing this and recognising Councillor Mather's strong interest and opinion, that whether we could actually move on to another item and allowing some time for maybe the development engineer to come and speak to the road and what costs they believe would be involved with bringing it up to a council standard, which therefore inform their decision to not ask that of the applicant.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I was actually going to ask the officers if they were aware of any potential budget impact on this. No? Okay, well in that case, can we follow Councillor Hutton's suggestion? We'll move on to another report, if you ladies wouldn't mind gathering that, or getting the development engineer to provide that information or come to the meeting.
So, Mr Mayor, can I move a procedural motion that the report lay on the table till later on in the meeting?
Correct. All right. Thank you.
All those in favour?
All those in favour?
And Mr Mayor, may I also just take the opportunity to quickly correct the record or the understanding of people. The assertions in some of the recent discussions around the fire rate rebate, the 13 properties that paid had actually paid their rates prior to the council resolution. So, councillors, I just wish to correct the record there, since there was some insinuations and inferences which, taken the wrong way, could cause offence.
Thank you, Mr CEO.
They wanted their discount, didn't they?
Point 3.
Still getting through the report. The last one. Councillors, 12.3, request for reduction in development application fees for 2 proposed material change of use proposals for extractive industries at Lot 1, Connemara Road, Canoona, and Lot 2349, Canal Creek Road, Canal Creek. Mr CEO, who's addressing this one?
Mel.
Thank you. Mel?
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. Item 12.3 is in relation to 2 different development applications. At the time that this report was drafted, one of those applications had been formally lodged, but no fee paid to a company, and they are awaiting the decision of today. The second property that's mentioned in the report at Canoona lodged their application last Thursday afternoon, so we effectively now have both applications lodged. And the resolution is seeking a reduction in development application fees for both applications. As a background to item number 1 at Canoona, this is a site directly off the Bruce Highway north of Rockhampton. This is the application that was lodged last Thursday. It's a 63.5 hectare site, and based on our current 2019-2020 fees for extractive industry, we calculate our fees based on how big the site is that the development is going to occur on, not how much of the site is going to be used. So based on the 63.5 hectare site, the fee for that application comes at $151,199. On this site, there is already an existing, very old town planning consent for extractive currently on the site. So clearly the new application isn't on a fresh site, it's on a site that already has activities. The proponent is looking at using 25.191 hectares of that 63.5 hectare site. They've actually requested a reduction from the $151,199 down to $18,000. It's worth noting that we have drafted fees and charges for the upcoming financial year, and in that regard we've looked to reduce our per hectare charge for extractive industry, and that's based on, we don't get many of these applications, but when we do, there always seems to be a common thread of seeking a reduction in fees. Based on the drafted fees and charges, which I know are only draft, if we were to do that calculation of the part of the site, the 25.9, which rounds up to 26 hectares, the fee comes in at around $25,000. So based on what the proponent is seeking a reduction to $18,000, if this application was lodged in the next financial year, it would come in at around $25,000. We have previously dealt with at least one other extractive industry at Etna Creek Road, Belmont Sands, and that fee was reduced, just for councillors' background, to $20,000. So in relation to the first application, we're actually happy with the $25,000 charge because that reflects the new fees and charges that we're looking to do. So that's item 1 in your resolution. Background to item 2 in the resolution is a site at Canal Creek Road, and it's a 403 hectare site. It's quite large and it adjoins the one of the southeastern boundaries of the Shoalwater Bay military training area. This application was lodged quite a few weeks ago and the applicant is awaiting fee confirmation. Of that 403 hectares, the site that they're looking at for the extractive is only 3.8 hectares. So of quite a large site, they're using a small portion. If we were to use the calculated charge of the entire site area, the fee comes in at $934,967. The applicant has asked for a fee reduction down to $12,016. Based on the new fees and charges and the like, we're looking at a fee of only $6,500 if we were to look at just that 3.5 hectares. For us and the amount of work that is involved in doing these assessments, and it is an impact assessable application that's publicly notified, both of them are, the $6,500 fee is very low. So we are recommending to the table that a resolution of $20,000 be passed today. If there's any other questions, I'm happy to take them.
Yes, Mr Chairman.
Councillor Mather.
The first one comes off Cunnawarra Road, which is the Bruce Highway. The second one, Melissa, if we could get a photo up there of the mapping to show which road that goes on.
You want me to get it? It's Canal.
It goes up Canal Creek Road.
Canal
I
Creek
think
Road.
there was some question about where it enters the army, or does it use Raspberry Creek? I think that was a little bit of a grey area when we last spoke about it. I don't have a problem with the fee structure, Mr Chairman. I just need to be clear where the road's going. So where's the extractive site, Melissa?
It's almost a dot on that parcel of land. It's very close to Canal Creek Road.
Is that where the arrow is there now?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it's how far into Shoalwater boundary? It really doesn't have to traverse any other road, does it?
From that site where the arrow is, they're looking to use about 700 metre length of Canal Creek Road directly into Shoalwater Bay.
And we've got them maintaining that section of road while they're being
The
used.
application that's been lodged says that they'll look at a maintenance agreement with council about the road. This application has only formally been lodged. We've done a pre-assessment of it, and there's a little bit to do with the haulage vehicles to the site into Shoalwater Bay. Obviously, there'll be a lot of impact on roads within Shoalwater Bay itself. We have gone back to ask the question, though, about any use of Raspberry Creek or other roads other than from the site into Shoalwater Bay.
So would that, through you, Mr Chairman, the maintenance of the road inside Shoalwater, that would be Army to sort that out?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. I'm happy, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, councillor. So we've got a resolution in front of us, a recommendation in front of us, councillors. So I've got a mover in Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood was first. Okay, so Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your recommendation?
Yes, very briefly, just to commend the officers, recognising that in setting fees that we can't predict every circumstance, but more importantly, the work that this section's doing is around fee for service. And so it's only right that our officers, in predicting the fee for service, are using best principles. And obviously, we want to make sure that just as it's important that any developer or party is not hard done by, we don't expect the ratepayers of this Shire to subsidise such activities. So it is a fine line, and I really appreciate the time and effort that they've gone to explain on this occasion why there's a variance, but also the fact that we're so amenable to that negotiation to make sure that that fee-for-service proposition is covered and that it's a fair and a good deal for everyone. So thank you to the officers.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Does anyone want to speak against the recommendation? Anyone wish to speak for it, please?
That's all right, Mr Mayor.
No? All right, then we have the recommendation before us, councillors. So all in favour? Unanimously? Thank you very much. Thanks, Mel. Item 12.4, councillors, response to question without notice. Councillor May, the security of bottle chute bin lid tops for community events. This is being addressed by Mr Casey. The floor is yours, Mr Casey.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, on the 18th of February, Councillor Mather submitted a question without notice, asking what security measures can be taken to prevent future bin lids from being stolen at events. So, waste officers have spoken to council officers in the events and marketing team to explore what options we might have to protect the bin lids, and we've come up with two options. So for events which are managed by council, we have staff present at the event, and we will ask those staff to monitor the lids and hopefully ensure that they're not stolen. And similarly, for events which are managed by external parties, we will work closely when we're setting up those events with the people who are going to run them to do the same. So we're going to try monitoring and prevention by a physical presence at the events.
It's a question, Mr. The officer?
Yeah.
I read through the report, and it seems to me there's been no previous problem with the bin lids being stolen.
We've not had any stolen yet, so I'm hopeful that people will do the right things. In the future, what we would like to do is have a greater presence of volunteers at events to encourage people to do better recycling. The greater the presence we have there, I'm sure the community will see the benefit of having differentiated rubbish streams so that we can encourage recycling, and I'm hopeful that people won't steal the bin lids.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you to the officer, Mr Chairman. I guess we can only do what we can do and hope that people are honest, because we do these things at a cost to the ratepayers for the benefit of the people and to save money for the organisation. So thank you for the offer. I would suggest that when we do get them, and no doubt we will accept it, if we do a spray paint with a stencil on the underside lid, so if anybody does take them, we can identify ours as opposed to somebody else purchasing one, just underneath the lid, you know what I'm saying?
We can certainly look into that, Councillor.
Like identification mark, but I'm happy to move the recommendation, Mr Chairman.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Hutton.
Just a point of order, just to note that this request came about after Oktoberfest last year, where actually a bin was stolen, but more importantly, they lost something like 1,500 cans, which is, I think, where Councillor Mather's question came from, was that. But how do we maintain them? Just to note that there was a related incident.
We have a mover for this recommendation. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Bello. Okay. Any further discussion on this report, councillors? All right. All in favour? Thank you. Thanks, Mr Casey. Monthly finance reports. Over to the CFO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to present the monthly financial report for period ending 30th of April 2020. So overall, our year-to-date operating expenditure is closely in line with budget expectations based on the 20Q2 revised budget. Across the organisation, a number of operational budget line items have a number of small variances which added together have resulted in a small year-to-date favourable variance against the budget. Change from previous financial reports from previous months is the recognition of the $1.3 million in immediate financial support for the bushfire affected communities received from the Commonwealth Government in January has now been recognised as capital revenue, although based on the decision to provide a rebate by way of a concession to the rates relief, there'll be a same proportionate amount recognised as operational funding. The largest significant component which has an unfavourable position against year-to-date budget is in our capital works program. The underspend against budget this year will be identified as carryovers. Officers are currently working on a Q3 revised budget, which will be brought back to the briefing session and presented to Council for adoption in the June meeting. Overall, the budget is favourable against the Q2 revised position. There's a lot of detail in the monthly financial report, which I can go through for councillors if they would like. We do include a summary of the progress against budget for some of the significant capital projects in the body of the report. Our investment returns for the month of April are slightly above what we are getting against the QTC annual effective rate. There were no additional repayments in the month of April against our loan borrowing, so our total debt at the end of April is $77.1 million. There'll be a further Q4 repayment that occurs in June prior to the end of the financial year. Our recovery actions, as we have discussed with councillors, have resulted in council stopping all referrals to Collection House in terms of further proceedings with debt recovery actions. However, officers are proactively engaging with people who have not paid their rates by the due date, encouraging them to enter into either agreements to pay or proposals to pay with councillors. So officers are being proactive in that. Councillors will be able to note on page 157 of the agenda, there is a graph illustrating how debt management has occurred since July 2017. And compared to the previous period 12 months ago, there is less under management and less items that, in terms of total dollars and the quantity of arrangements within paying. In terms of our investment into the local economy with our procurement, 25% has been invested directly with Livingstone Shire Council businesses, and a further 30% has been spent with organisations within the broader CQ region. Happy to take any questions from councillors.
Any questions for the CFO?
I did read it,
councillors?
and it was fresh in my mind last night, Mr Mayor, but I forgot a lot of it this morning. Through you, Mr Chairman. It's encouraging, Andrea, 438 less assessments under debt management than we had before. So we're reducing actually the number of people under debt management.
That result has been skewed by the fact that we have stopped all further referrals to Collection House due to the impact of COVID-19 on the economy. So whilst it is a good result comparing to the previous month, the concern is that there would be some people who would benefit from entering in those types of arrangements to help manage the financial stress that they may be under. That
rather than add to it.
We haven't done that. That's why we are encouraging, where possible, people enter into the proposals and agreements to pay with council. We're also encouraging people to take advantage and consider the hardship policy that council has in place.
Yes. There were a few other things, Mr Chairman, but I'd let somebody else have a...
Any other questions,
question?
councillors, of the CFO? I have one question/comment. I raised it yesterday in the Audit and Risk and Business Improvement Committee for the short time I was there. And please accept my apologies for those who were there. I had to duck out to a District Disaster Management Committee meeting, which was unexpectedly scheduled. The issue I wanted to discuss was obviously the capital works, and you raised it earlier, Andrea. I was just wanting a report, if I can, please, Mr CEO. I'm happy to just take it on faith that will happen, or alternatively, if you want to build it into the recommendation, I'm happy to do that as well. I would just like a report back from the officers in relation to explanations around why we actually have not achieved our spend in CapEx. So is it because of COVID-19 and just not just telling us that it's COVID-19, but some rationale and reasoning behind that, so that we as a council can understand why we have to sort of do carry forwards? And because, I mean, obviously the implication for council is not only has that money been allocated to engineering and it's not going to be spent, ergo it could have been spent on something else, and why, and what the implication is for projects next year that might have to get pushed out again because of the carry forward. So those are all concerns that I have, and I'd like a report to come back, please, from that, because you know, some of the implications for this can have a huge hit on our financial situation. Mr CEO, did you want that built into the recommendation, or are you happy to take it on board?
Mr Mayor, I'm sure we can provide that twofold. We can have that as part of our budget discussions anyway, and we can also bring it, if you wish to have it also to a meeting for public debate as well, or discussion. We can do that after we've been to the budget meetings.
Okay, thank you. It's just that I guess sooner rather than later, because if we're going to be making decisions about budget, we need to do it quickly.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, it's been recognised that we've been overly ambitious by the capital works allocation that has never been allowed to be fulfilled. And your question is right, because we need to know why. I mean, I know weather plays a large part, but at the same time, the work...
My request, councillor, isn't about lining people up to shoot them.
No.
It's about trying to get an understanding of why this is happening. Is it because of, you know, we're actually constructing projects around funding we're securing, or what is it? Because I mean, that has the propensity to turn organisations upside down, because officers then have to change their programs completely to suit whatever funding's being attracted. I just would like to know, thank you.
Yes, because we've got another under expenditure here as well.
Any other questions for the CFO? Councillor Mather, have you got any more questions for Andrea?
No, thank you, Andrea.
All right, so councillors, the
I'll give you a
recommendation
call.
is that the
Do a couple of
report
those.
be received. Have the mover, please. Councillor Mather, seconder. Councillor Lynch, thank you. All in favour? Thank you, and thank you, Andrea.
Next one's mine as well.
Yours next as well.
I've got a couple. So, councillors, I'd like to present the Q3 operational plan progress report for this current financial year. So we have identified 102 significant activities that council has planned to undertake this year. Table 1 in the report details the status of the plan activities on a basis of theme and summary of report. The two that have been identified as requiring further attention at the end of the March quarter were the water recycling system augmentation and the Emu Park sewage treatment plant upgrade. So overall, it is expected that the majority of the actions identified in the operational plan will be achieved by the end of June this financial year. Happy to take any questions for either myself or the other members of the executive that are present today.
Councillor Hutton.
Just to comment and to commend the officers on the level of detail explaining the journey for each of these. I think the level of detail has been really good. It makes sense of when we've been on track for when we're at, and yeah, I really commend the efforts of the organisation in such a turbulent time to be able to have so many on track, to have so many things that are not, falling by the wayside. You'd expect in any business to see some of that occurring through no fault, and yet Livingstone as an organisation has done really well. So I think the huge amount of respect to the CEO and the officers, but also to the writer of the report for the level of detail that was there to explain the pathway and the journey along the way.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any other...
Just a question to the officer who can answer it, Mr Chairman. The Emu Park water treatment, the Emu Park reservoir, the new one that we are going to build, can anybody give us an information on that one?
Is that a matter relating to the operational plan, though?
Well, it will be coming up soon because we're looking at Great Keppel Island. We'll be looking down the barrel of a new water reservoir in Emu Park.
All right, well, we'll address that now. Can we get an update on that,
Well,
Mr Casey?
If nobody can give it to us now, I don't mind it coming to a briefing session, Mr Chairman.
All right.
It would be a more comprehensive answer if we were to...
No, as update as in if it goes to a briefing session,
Yeah,
please. That's
yeah,
what I'm
happy with that.
Yes, that would be...
Happy
Thank
with
you.
that. Yes, I won't do that to you.
One question I had, Andrea, in relation to the Capital Works program, it's shown on here in purple as emergent. I'm just wondering whether the status of that needs to be revised.
In terms of how the officers have reported.
Yeah, and the fact that we are now going to be significantly behind in our capital spend, whether that needs to be read.
So without...
Can you take that on board, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, councillors, going to mover for this recommendation, please. Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Thank you very much. Corporate plan. Over to you again, Andrea.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'm presenting today for adoption is the Corporate Plan 2030. So this corporate plan is a legislative requirement under the Local Government Act and needs to identify the strategic direction for council over a minimum 5-year period. So our corporate plan is the 10-year tranche of the 30-year community plan that was adopted by council last year. An extension was provided by the Minister to extend the previous corporate plan out by 1 year to ensure to allow us to have the alignment with the new corporate plan to the community plan that was adopted. So this document is intended to provide the 10-year strategic direction for how council will address the goals and objectives identified in the community plan. Working together for a thriving Livingstone is the vision that has been developed through the corporate plan process. and has also been drawn upon all of the engagement undertaken as part of the community plan process, engagement with the councillors in the crafting of the objectives and outcome or deliverables and outcomes within the body of the report. And we've also engaged with all of our organisational leaders throughout from coordinator level up, which is 32 additional employees engaged in the process. The intent will be that the corporate plan will be revised by each incoming term of council within that first 6-month period. So the intent of a 10-year timeframe is to align it with the 10-year financial forecast adopted by council and other longer-term strategic documents, rather than looking at it only within a 5-year tranche. Happy to take any questions from the council.
Thanks, Andrea. Just hang on a sec, guys, if we can. Before we go into debate, moving and seconding, are there any questions around Andrea's report? Just a question, Councillor Friend?
Yes, through you, Mr Chair. So we've been given an extension of 12 months. What is the latest we need to adopt this plan by?
So the extension was provided for the corporate plan, which was originally 2014 to 2019. So the extension was provided by the Minister to extend the current corporate plan to the 30th of June 2020 this year. So this corporate plan needs to be adopted. It would have been ideal to adopt it earlier in the budget process, because the intent is that it then informs the next level of planning work that the organisation and council, working with the councils, need to do in terms of the 1-year delivery of the operational plan, as well as the budget, which is the 10-year or the 3 years, and then the longer term financial forecast. So the corporate plan needs to be adopted before the budget is adopted, and needs to be adopted prior to the commencement of the next financial year.
Any other questions in relation to this report? Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder, please? So mover, Councillor Hutton. Seconder, Councillor Mather. All right, so we'll open it up for debate. Can I hear from people? Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your...
Yes, please. And can I say how excited I am to have a corporate plan to take us forward, and even more excited to reflect the journey that we've been on to get our strategic documentation to a stage where it matched the aspirational view of our community expressed in the Livingstone 2050 document, but also then to be able to integrate it to the operational planning that the organisation does on a yearly and a term and over a 5-year horizon. So in taking Livingstone from a 5-year plan to a 10-year plan, we are aligning it with our 10-year financial forecast, which means that our community can rely on the fact that there'll be a sense of connection, but also some stability around the financial future of our Shire. When we look at a 10-year corporate plan, what we're doing is lining up those beliefs and those values that our community spoke so strongly about in the Livingstone 2050 document, and saying, okay, well, then how does that reflect in your 10-year capital program? How does that reflect in your operating plans that you're having? Or how does that reflect the movements that have been taken in terms of the community development space, what's been done in infrastructure and assets, what's been done in the local disaster management plan? I'm really, really proud to be part of an organisation and be part of a council that means that we're not just creating these documents and putting them on the shelf and saying, gosh, that was a good job, but actually thinking about how do these connect together to be real outcomes for the community. Now, a 10-year corporate plan, while in itself probably doesn't get most people very excited, it links back into a whole range of our strategic documents which people will see in the changes that will occur in their community. It links back in to the things that they'll see in terms of the thriving Livingstone theme of our economic development team. It links back into, you know, the naturally beautiful Livingstone that we have, where we talk about, well, how is our planning team going to look at environmental matters? How are we going to engage in the recycling space? These things all link back together, and the work that's been done in this space really is for the community a way of checking back in, okay, so this is what Livingstone over 30-year horizon said we wanted to achieve. This is what we believe is achievable within a 10-year framework. How are we going to fund it? What's it going to look like? And how do we check that they're on the right journey to get those things done? And a corporate plan provides that guidance, as well as providing kind of the glue that holds it together, that gap between aspirational to strategic, to then go down into the depths of the operational plans of which the acting CEO and all the executive leadership team, and in fact every member of the council workforce, can use to guide their decision making and their work within that frame. So I'm incredibly excited to see us get to this place. I know that this is a journey that we started on some 3 or 4 years ago, talking about the fact that just because we can, or just because it's mandated to have a 5-year, why limit ourselves to it? Why not give the community more surety? Why not give them a longer and brighter sight by linking an aspirational document in terms of the community's Livingstone 2050 plan back into this? So I really love this, the fact that this does connect so well together, and commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Does anyone care to speak against the recommendation? Okay, anyone speaking for the recommendation now? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. What Councillor Hutton says is correct. You've got to have a vision. You can't have a plan without a vision. And it's not one person, it's everybody's vision. And to be able to do that, you've got to put all your thoughts, all your feelings, all your aspirations into a melting pot and come up with something that everybody is quite prepared to accept. While we're looking at a 10-year plan, there are countries on this earth that look 2 generations ahead. 2 generations. If you think about how they've survived this long, you start to think, gee, my span of thinking is only that far. That's what's wrong with us. We need to look at the whole picture out there and see what the world's going to look like for us. This is a start. 10 years is a start. But we've all got to be on the same page. We've done surveys, we've done expressions, and we've called for everybody for their opinions, and we have little meetings everywhere all over the place. We seem to be doing it, but are we getting there? That's what we have to ask ourselves. Something that's going to stick and something that's going to be adopted and owned by the people of this area. We can do it. We've done it before, but we've all got to be on the same page and have the same vision. Thanks, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Okay, I'm assuming there's still no one speaking against the motion. Does anyone else wish to make a comment in relation to the motion, the recommendation? Councillor
Yes,
Friend.
Mr Chair. I am absolutely excited about this plan. I'm looking forward to actually living it and seeing the fruit that it's going to give us all. I would like to have a closer look at it before we adopt it, and I would like to recommend that it just lay on the table for a short while and be brought back to a briefing to have a look at some of the wording within the plan. So I'm not against the plan. I think it's fantastic. And I thank the council officers for all their hard work and all the effort that they've put into creating this and bringing it to the table. That my suggestion is to let's just re-look at it, re-look at some of the wording, and then it shall be adopted before the end of, before the financial budget for the next 2021 is adopted.
Was there certain wording that was causing some issues in your mind, Councillor Friend?
There was. I would just like to see some wording in part of natural Livingstone to be included, that council will certainly look after people, property and environment. We love the natural environment. I'm all for the environment, which is what brings most people to our beautiful Shire. I just think that we need to protect people, we need to protect property, and we need to protect environment. And we just need to look at some of the wording to tweak it and make sure that under no circumstances people can misinterpret what our plan is for.
Question to Andrea. So can you just refresh my memory again around the timetable or time frame by which this has to be adopted?
So the order of sequence needs to be that a corporate plan is adopted to help a budget be developed around that, to ensure the strategic alignment for that. So given that we're currently doing a lot of work now and working with the councillors based on this draft and with the organisation based on the draft as proposed. It would probably not facilitate a conducive environment where we have that alignment correct in terms of the budget development.
So, sorry, I'm not...
So the corporate plan needs to be adopted in advance of the first financial year that it covers, and the budget, so it needs to be adopted prior to the budget and operational plan to help inform the strategies, outcomes, actions and deliverables within the first year of the 10-year budget that will be presented to council for adoption.
So it has to be, you're saying, adopted by 30 June?
Yes, that would be the ultimate, the absolute last date that it would need to be adopted, but also recognising that there is a lot of other work that needs to go along to ensure that the alignment of the operational plan and budget is still in alignment with the corporate plan outcomes and deliverables, so to make sure that we don't have any gaps in terms of expectations of the councillors of what's in the corporate plan and what they would be looking to find within the budget.
I guess I'm looking for advice from councillors and officers in that case. Then if we agree to bring this back to the table for some tweaking, as Councillor Friend puts it, what's the best way to facilitate this?
A corporate plan can be amended by
expeditiously?
resolution at any time.
Sorry?
A corporate plan can be amended by resolution of the table at any time.
All right.
And to answer your question, which I think you, Mr Chairman, you presented to councillors, and is it something that we could, if in the deed, the event the procedural motion was supported, that we could undertake to finalise that within the next week, then we call a special meeting if need be, and we ratify the plan. It shouldn't need to take another month, I guess is what I'm saying, as an option, so...
Wasn't in my thinking, Councillor Barlow. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Just a question, Mr Chairman, through you to Councillor Friend. Is there anything that could be tweaked today if we spend a little bit of time with it this afternoon?
Well, certainly we can have a look at it this afternoon if there is
Yeah,
time.
is there a lot that you feel needs to be altered?
No, I don't believe that there is a great deal that I feel that needs to be altered, but I certainly do believe that as at the table we do need to go through it just one more time, as we did within our briefing before this formal meeting today. But I just think it's such an important plan and it's such an exciting plan that we have the opportunity just to make sure that we've gone through it once in the briefing, and I just believe that a little bit more time spent on it just to double check everything is correct and become more familiar with the wording within the plan is important.
Yep, thank you. Mr Mayor, through you to the CEO, is there any meeting we could tack this on to the end of in the foreseeable future?
Councillor Mather, I wasn't going to suggest tacking it onto anything. I think we probably just need to have a meeting with the officers and the councillors to go through what Councillor Friend wants to change or amend, and then we call a special meeting as soon as we can thereafter.
I was thinking it's a 70-kilometre round trip for one item, that's all.
Well, we can video you in, Councillor.
That sounds good.
Teleconference you in.
Yeah.
Councillor.
Could I suggest a possible way forward is that at some stage we will, I'm assuming, break for lunch, that we could have a working lunch, and so maybe for now lay it on the table for later on in the meeting, have an opportunity just to look at it to see if it's very minor things that can be dealt with today in a short span of time, then that means that we could, before the end of this meeting, adopt it, which has that flow-on effect in terms of the tree of the strategic documents. Or if it turns out to be that there's things that are more at the end of this meeting that we can hold it over to the next, allowing us time to deal with it if we need to have a deeper dive, I guess.
All right.
So
thanks, Councillor. Councillor Friend, how does that sit with you? I mean, are you in a position to be able to sort of meet this afternoon, or over lunch, I'm sorry?
Yes, certainly.
And do some review?
Certainly.
All right, okay. Well, we'll leave this lay on the table.
Mr Mayor, it might be more productive to the councillor actually send something through in writing for us to look at, so we're not trying to do this on the hop.
All right.
I missed that. Sorry.
It would be more productive if you would send through what your thoughts are, so we're not doing it on the hop,
Certainly.
which, as we've seen before, leads to problems and errors.
Sure. I would also like to include the other councillors for their for their ideas as well.
All right, so we're back to organising a meeting later in the week.
Yep, that's what they're wanting.
So we need, first of all, a meeting to discuss what you'd like to discuss, councillor Friend, and then organise a special meeting, Mr CEO, just to get the corporate plan approved.
That's the procedural, if I could, Mr Chairman, that's effectively the procedural motion that
That's the procedural motion.
Yep.
Councillor Friend is
So
moving.
councillor Friend is moving that. All in favour? Thank you. Unanimous, councillors. And can I convey my congratulations on the presentation of the corporate plan to you and your team and the other officers. Andrea, it looks great.
Thank you, Mayor.
Item 12.8, councillor portfolio policy and appointments. Andrea, over to you again.
Yep. Third last. Councillors, we're presenting a councillor portfolio policy to align the portfolios with respective councillors as attached to the body of the report. This is following on from a decision made by councillors on the 16th of April to adopt a portfolio framework, and the assignment of such is contained within the body of the report.
Thank you, Andrea. Are there any questions before I go for a mover and a seconder? Councillor
Happy to
Mayor.
move it when you're ready, Mr Chairman, but I just have one question.
Yeah.
Is this modelled on any other that's existing in another council? Is that the CEO's one, is it?
If I
Or is
could
it a-
jump onto that one, my understanding is that given this is based on our Community 2050 plan, that this should be, there may be some commonalities with other councils, but also some uniqueness as
Oh,
well.
it was very simple, uncomplicated, yeah.
Are you suggesting, councillor, we weren't capable of producing something that was simple and uncomplicated?
No. I thought if it was a model somewhere that we'd adopted, that's good. I think that's good. Of course we are.
Yeah, I was thinking it was a compliment.
Yeah,
They're just not used to compliments, Mr Acting CEO.
no, I'm not comfortable with them at all.
Councillor Hutton, a question?
I'd hazard to mention about his fantastic vest. Now, Mr Mayor, I just wish to, in terms of the policy itself, I wondered if there could be a slight tweaking to 5.3 of the policy. If you could bring up, just so councillors can all see it on site, to 5.3. Councillors, we did discuss when we were briefing the creation of this policy around a desire to have a mechanism to look at self-assessment and peer review to encourage that feedback, and the same as in any workplace, to get help and support in the context of our portfolio and meeting the community's expectations. The writing in there says the Mayor at his discretion may periodically require. Having spoken with the Mayor in regards to this, he's happy for it to be changed to say the Council may periodically require, or the Council may periodically request, and that way, instead of it being for remembering that our document's not just about today and tomorrow's council, it's also about future council. So if we can remove things that make it about our current circumstance, then that helps as well. So the council may periodically request the elected members to undertake both a self-assessment. So just changing that wording. So instead of the Mayor at his discretion may periodically require, changing it to the council may periodically require. And that way it's about the collective vision, it's the collective conversation, which I think was the intent of where we were talking when we had that briefing discussion about adding in this element to 5.3.
So which number are you talking about?
5.3, up on the screen, Councillor Maynard.
Oh, I've got it here. I've got
So
it here.
the paragraph down below.
Yeah.
Which number though?
So instead of, well, it's after the 5, so where it says the Mayor at his discretion may periodically require, changing it to say the council may request. And that way, it's that collective responsibility as opposed to an individual.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton.
May,
Justine, are you okay with that? Like, we can talk about it later if you like.
so
if
the,
you want
the
to
council may request.
May request, yeah. So instead of...
do it later?
Sort of post.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's all right. It was just so everyone could see what we were talking about.
No, I understand. That's why I said I'll talk to you about it later.
I just have one question, Mr Mayor, about attachment 1. The attachment that's supplied. I no longer have the arts portfolio, but I'm still down the Emu Parks Arts Centre Steering Committee. I'm just wondering whether that would go across to Councillor Lynch.
That's no problem. I just thought that when we were talking about what committees, you expressed a wish to be on that one. That was all.
Some of the logic,
I don't mind being on it as well.
if I may, Councillor, too, some of the logic for that is that you've been on that one since the inception.
Maybe Councillor Lynch could be added to it as well.
Well, that's fine. Councillor Lynch is happy with
so
that.
that she would be aware of what's happening with the
Or if Councillor Eastwood, if you're looking for that balance, I'm happy to return to that committee. Like, so Councillor Eastwood and I both served on that committee in the previous term, so if the desire is there, like, I suppose from a strategic planning perspective, maybe there's to talk about our overall art strategy.
This is more to do with finishing the centre, so the construction. So once that project is completed, then that would fall away for your involvement anyway, Councillor.
So, I know there's not much to go on it. I was just trying to get...
there's a fair bit, Councillor. We haven't started construction yet.
To get Councillor Lynch involved
We've
as well,
involved
because so
both.
she knows what's going on. More than opting out, it's more than opting in.
I'm sure the committee would appreciate the input of all 3 councillors. Okay, any other questions? Okay, so we'll go to the resolution. I'll move that one, thank you. Can I get a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Eastwood? Sorry? Council adopts the councillor portfolio with amendment to 5.3. Yep.
That's all right. If it just says that we're amending it, then is that not?
Well, you can, if you want to, you can say with amendment at 5.3 to replace or to substitute mayor with council. I've got the wording here, and we can just do that later on.
Mm-hmm. And require to request.
Yeah. Justine?
And require to request.
And put them in inverted commas so people know what you're talking about, the specifics. Otherwise people will think, what? Put inverted commas around that, require and request.
All right, so that's moved. Myself, seconded Councillor Eastwood. I'll just speak to this, if I may, for a moment. Councillors, this has been long coming. I know we've been working on this for a period of time, a number of meetings, both formally and informally between the councillors. I would ask that the media and the community in particular take note of the councillors and their portfolios, because going forward the councillors will be the spokespersons for their respective portfolios, and the councillor mobile numbers will be certainly published on our website and our Facebook page, so that they can be more easily contacted. I've received a couple of inquiries over the last few days from journalists asking why I've actually muzzled the councillors in terms of their ability to make comment to the press. Nothing could be further from the truth. As I hope you all realise, it's simply a matter of waiting for this report to be approved by council. Now that it's formally approved by council, you guys will clearly become portfolio spokesmen for your respective portfolios. So I won't be a spokesman for everything now, and I'll happily delegate that responsibility to you guys, because you're more than capable of doing it. So congratulations, councillors, on your portfolios, and wish you every success with them. Part of this process too, for all of us, as we've agreed, is that we'll be undertaking some media training so that we basically skilled up in terms of interview skills and those sort of things. So that will be forthcoming from our wonderful media team.
Thank you.
Anyone wish to speak against the recommendation? Anyone wish to speak for it?
As a second to Mr Mayor, just bring us a good policy, and it's a real fresh breath of fresh air in this council, and yeah, really excited to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else wish to speak to the recommendation? Councillor Lynch?
Just want to, really excited to be part of this council, and I'm really excited to have the portfolio I do, and I just really want to congratulate all the councillors here, because I think we have a really united team here, and I'm really excited to see what the future holds for Livingstone Shire Council in the next term. So thanks, guys.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. And just for the information of the media and the community, we've agreed as a council that we will turn over these portfolios every 12 months. So in 12 months' time, the portfolios will be awarded to different councillors. So, and the benefit of that, of course, is that we have a group of councillors who are becoming gradually more skilled within all areas of council. So the recommendation is before you, councillors. We have a mover and a seconder. Can I have a vote for all in favour, please? Those against? Unanimous. Thank you very much. So, how many have we got to go before confidential? Mr. Brookins here?
Another 3.
Mr. Mayor. We might break for lunch, Mr. Reconciliation.
Do you wish to do the remuneration one and then break?
Can do. Hopefully that won't. Yeah, we'll do that one first. Thank you. Right, 12.9, councillors, and I'll pass to the CEO. Thank you, Mr. Baker.
I'll pass to the Chief Financial Officer.
Okay.
Councillors, this report is to provide you with information in terms of the remuneration, which is set by an external commission to council. So the Local Government Remuneration Commission is responsible for determining the maximum amount of remuneration that's payable to all Queensland local government councillors. The Commission's report was published on the Department of Local Government Racing and Multicultural Affairs website in February 2020. So this is the first report from the Remuneration Commission in its new form. So there were legislative changes in May which created a new Councillor Conduct Tribunal and a separate Local Government Remuneration Commission which became effective on the 3rd of December 2018. So the Commission also determines what categories local governments need to be allocated against. Livingstone Shire Council is a Category 3 local government. Some of the other councils within this category include Central Highlands Regional Council, Noosa Shire Council, Scenic Rim and Whitsunday, amongst a few. As a Category 3 local government, the Commission has determined the maximum amount of remuneration payable to Livingstone Shire elected members in 2020 will be as follows. For the Mayor, the maximum remuneration is $133,196, Deputy Mayor is $83,247 and a Councillor $70,759. This represents an increase of 2% on the 2019-20 maximum remuneration. Under the local government regulation, there are 3 options arising from this report for councillors' consideration. The first one is that councillors could choose to accept the maximum amount of remuneration, and there is no requirement for a resolution to accept the maximum amount of remuneration. The second is that councillors may resolve to choose an amount that is less than 2%, and that needs to be stipulated. And the third is a combination of both, where councillors may choose to accept a lower amount of remuneration for a period of time over the next financial year, and then accepting the maximum amount of remuneration for the balance of the financial year. It's also noted in the report published by the Commission that they will be undertaking a comprehensive category review within this 12-month period after the March 2020 elections, and Council will be, of course, provided opportunities to make submissions to this Commission as part of that particular review.
Thank you, Andrea. Councillors, just noting before we go into discussion around this that we will be amending point 2 of the recommendation to include your preference as to what the majority wishes to vote for. All right, so I might just ask if there's any questions for the CFO before we open it up for discussion. Now, Mr. CEO, I'll take advice from this in terms of the process for discussing this. I mean, obviously we're going to be opening it up for what councillors' respective views are. So what's the best way to deal with that?
I would suggest perhaps suspend the standing orders to have that full discussion, because you can ask questions under the procedures, but I would suggest in these circumstances there's probably a few options you want to explore. So I'd say suspend standing orders to allow you to have that discussion, then go back into formal in order to have debate.
All right. I move for suspension of standing orders, please. Councillor Mather, seconded. Councillor Rees-Wood. All in favour? Thank you. All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, while you're having that discussion, can I just be excused for 3 minutes?
Yeah, of course you can.
Thank you.
So I'll open this up for discussion, councillors, in relation to your respective views on this. I might I'll go around the room if that's okay. Councillor Rees-Wood, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think that I like the look of number 3 myself, in that we actually take the recommendation, but to show to our community that we know it's tough out there, that we know that people are doing it hard, that we suspend that until the end of December. And I believe that there's people amongst us councillors are doing it hard, and I'm fortunate that there's no conflict of interest today, because we can only go so far. But you know, I've personally got a business that's not allowed to operate, and so you know, I believe that we can take what's recommended, but have a show the community that we care, and we're giving, that we're not greedy by putting it off until Christmas or the end of December. That's my view.
Thank you, Councillor Rees-Wood.
And one of the reasons for that too, it doesn't put us behind in the long run. Like if we go now, what do we do next year? You know, it will be compounding. If we don't take it this year, we don't take it next year, or we take it and take a bigger lump. I don't know. It just gets, to me, it gets messy.
Thanks, Councillor Rees-Wood. Councillor Mather.
I have a proposed motion, Mr. Chairman, in my discussion, and then I have a question to Andrea. My proposed motion would be, as you said, the recommendation number 1, the first part of that recommendation, and the second part, and resolve to adopt a CPI increase as an alternative to the Commissioner's recommendation for the year 2021. So while my colleague is looking at the 2%, I'm looking at CPI, which I believe is around 1.8.
It's 2.2.
It's 2.2% at the end of the month.
2.2.
So we wouldn't be able to
So
do
you
that.
wouldn't be able to do that because it would be higher than that.
Okay, last time we looked at it, it was 1.8.
Yeah, that was second quarter. Third quarter went up to 2.2.
Yep. 2.2, so this is actually below CPI.
Okay. All right, I'll rethink that, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Thank you.
Councillor Mather. Councillor Hutton.
It is a talk discussion. I accept and agree with Councillor Eastwood in terms of, I think that there's an opportunity there to both freeze the wage for the 6-month period and then revert to the recommendation of the tribunal into the future. My fear, whatever we do, ultimately the creation of an independent panel in some ways was about removing this decision from councillors, but then when you look at the Act, it actually says, well, no matter what the tribunal says, you can still choose to do something else. Yeah, I understand where Councillor Mather is coming from in terms of having a conversation around CPI. I know that, you know, if we look to the example of New Zealand, where they didn't just refuse their wage rise, they actually looked at a reduction. it's a broad discussion, and I'm willing to hear what others have to say, but I can see where Councillor Eastwood's coming from and would happily support the 6 month freeze.
Is that what you say?
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I'll have my 2 cents worth before passing on to Councillor Lynch. Councillors, I have a great deal of discomfort going to the community in these tough times, COVID-19 notwithstanding, but certainly there are going to be tough times going ahead for a number of years as a result of the fallout from COVID-19. I have a tough time going to the community and saying I'm going to take a pay increase when I know that so many sectors of this community are doing it hard, and we've had members of our community lose homes, lose businesses, etc. So my personal view is that I will be voting to not take an increase, and I understand the argument from other councillors around not taking it for a while, but then we could actually be out of sync with what Remuneration Tribunal suggests going forward, but we can always at any time, at that particular time, review our position, and this time next year we don't necessarily have to agree to take the full amount as proposed by the Commission. We can take a lesser amount. So that's my view, and I'll just flag right now as well that if I'm more than happy to accept the majority view, but if Council decides to approve or adopt the increase, then I'll be donating whatever my increase is to a charity of my choice. Councillor Lynch.
I'm feeling the same with not wanting to take the pay rise. My concern was, will it compound? But now listening to you, Mr. Mayor, saying that in a year's time we can choose what percentage we want to increase that by. So as I stand, I choose not to take the pay rise at all. In reflect of what is going on within our community with COVID-19, businesses struggling, families struggling, I don't feel I'm in the right position to take that.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Councillor Bello.
Yeah, well, we spoke about this in depth. Also, the briefing session, and my position hasn't changed. Whilst in the past I've supported the Commissioner's independent determination of CPI, this time around I think we are in unprecedented times. If ever the word is appropriate to use, I think it is now. And I am feeling something within my influence that I can actually do and change is to say thank you but no thank you, and therefore I'll be voting to take no increase at all and reassessing in 12 months' time in the event if I'm still here.
Are you anticipating a catastrophic event, Councillor?
Well, I think somewhere it says only a foolish man says next year I'll do this or I'll do that, or ultimately we don't know. God willing, I'll be here next year to reconsider the options that will be before us then, and based on the economic climate then, I may be of a different viewpoint.
We certainly hope you are, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I believe that all of us campaigned for the community's benefit, to move forward and help the whole of Shire. We care for the community. I think it shows very good will that our wages are freeze for 12 months to reassess. I'm in agreement with Councillor Bello and Mr. Mayor, Councillor Ireland on this. I think we're classed as part-time councillors, and each of you and all of us have separate workings outside of council. I think a freeze for $69,372 is a really great wage for anybody. Average wages out there in retail, casual sectors, etc., are only between $40,000 and $50,000. So for what we do moving forward to the community, we need to give goodwill to the community. We need to give goodwill to all of those people that voted for us, and we need to give goodwill to all of our officers and staff that work at council. So I agree that we should freeze it for 12 months.
All right. Any further comments, councillors? We're still suspended standing orders. So.
Mr Mayor, the CEO might, and Andrea might be able to clarify this. We make a budget for 12 months. Is it possible to change the pay rate in 6 months?
Yes, it is.
In terms of council remuneration, the decision has to be made before 1 July.
Got to be made before the
Council-
budget.
Yeah, we can do it before the 1st of July, but once it's locked in after that.
Oh, okay. Like if you want to do 6 months, no rise.
You've got to decide it now or before the 1st of July.
Yeah, and if you wanted to do the second half of the year with a 2%, say that Councillor Eastwood was looking at,
So,
as long as the resolution was made before the 1st of July.
Correct.
and options, through you, Mayor, option 3 provided a mechanism for that in the body of the report.
All right, any other comments or questions? I'll be happy to return to standing orders.
So moved, Mr Chairman.
Councillor Mather, thank you. Councillor Friend? All in favour? Thank you. All right, so we're back in standing orders now, councillors. So,
Just a question, Mr Mayor.
yes, councillor.
If the officer can answer this. What was the end result for the Industrial Commissioner for the staff? What was the eventual outcome for that?
So it's 2.2% for the first year, and then there was that an option or $25. I've got Belinda, who's the acting chief human resource for viticulture.
Sorry. 2.2, okay.
All right. So, councillors, I'm proposing at this stage to change part 2 of the recommendation to agree with part 2 in the body of the CFO's report, and we stipulate a 0% increase. We'll do that. So the recommendation would then read that Council 1 receive the annual review of council remuneration conducted by the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal, and 2, that council has resolved that the maximum amount of remuneration payable as provided by the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal for the 2021 period of 2% will not be payable with the amount of remuneration to increase by a lesser amount, namely 0%.
Do we need to go? Oh, sorry.
That sounds a little bit convoluting.
Do we need to go that far, or could we just go the 2% will not be payable full stop? Because that's the reflection.
I'm actually more comfortable with the CFO's wording on that one.
Yeah, just cut it off.
Okay, so does everyone understand the recommendation, councillors?
It's just a little, I just thought it was a little convoluting, that's all.
Well, it might be convoluted, councillors, but actually clearly specifies that the original intention or the original proposition by the tribunal was 2%, and we're saying that we're accepting 0%.
You need a seconder, Mr Mayor?
Beg your pardon?
You need a seconder?
I haven't got a move yet.
You moved it?
Did I move that, did I?
Yes, you did.
Well,
I'll second it.
blame me, okay. So, moved by yours truly, seconded by Councillor Mather, thank you. Metal block for a second.
Two middle doors.
All in favour?
No debate, Mr Chairman?
Oh, we can have, sorry, we have
I
some
don't know, we had informal,
We've had informal, okay, so
in case anybody did
I
want to speak.
don't wish to speak to it, councillor, so anybody wish to speak against it? Okay, anyone wish to speak for it?
I want to speak for it, and it's not too dissimilar to what was said in the, before, but I think it's rare that you get a chance, I guess, to make a personal decision on something like this to do with your own wages. And ultimately, the tribunal sets it, we get that, or they define parameters based on the size of your council, and then they give you the option to take the CPI increase. And I wouldn't begrudge anybody here who, as indeed the last 6 years I've agreed with, the increase. I wouldn't begrudge anybody that chose to do that. This is not about, when you look at the saving of $11,000 in the broader context of our budget, which is, significantly a lot more than that. But for me, it is purely about, at this point in time, the circumstance we find ourselves in, the Seeker University up there looking at, losing 1 in 5 staff. Their pricing regime they're looking at, and some of them will be reducing their remuneration. And because by virtue they're asking us what do we want to do individually, I think it's fair and reasonable that each of us will come up to our own conclusions. And the perception that I want to put out to the community is that I'm grateful for the wage I've got. Some days you think you're worth a lot more, because I tell you what, you do work hard for it. And I don't mind saying that. And other days you think, gee, it's a quiet week, I love doing this job. Like they did 30 years ago, they did it for a cup of tea at a scone. And the cost of living has gone up significantly. We've got families to run, mortgages and that sort of stuff. So, I respect anybody's opinion on this one. But for me, it's a very personal decision. I want to set an example that where I can make a difference, I'm prepared to absorb that. Next year, we'll look at how the economy's going and go from there.
Thank you, councillor Bell. Anyone, I'm assuming there's no one speaking against at this point. Anyone else wish to speak for?
I'd just like to say very briefly, Mr Chairman, tongue-in-cheek as it might be, that 1 year from now, when Councillor Barlow, our deputy, was thinking back at the time that he had a Sunday off and he had a cold drink under a palm tree, he was enjoying that. But once we rotate our portfolios 1 year from now and I hand mine over to him, all those days are gone.
Thank you, councillor May. I'm sure councillor Bello appreciates that enlightenment.
He's going to love it, he's going to love it, Mr Chairman.
I need 6 months for the apprenticeship.
All right, anyone else wish to make a comment on that? All right, I've said my piece on it, councillor, so I don't see any point in regurgitating that. So I'll put the recommendation to councillors. We've got a mover and a seconder. All in favour? Okay, unanimous. Thank you, councillors.
Before you wish to adjourn, Mr Mayor, the engineers are now here. If you wish to go back and revisit the planning application.
Oh, this is in terms, okay. Councillors, before we break for lunch, Mr Bailey tells me the engineers are here and the development engineers are here in relation to that subdivision. So can we have those gentlemen and ladies come to the front? Thank you very much.
Did she pull you out of your hidey hole, did she?
Councillor, just to refresh your memory, the discussion was laid on the table in relation to the extension of council's responsibility for that road beyond where it currently services to, pertaining to that subdevelopment.
Did we actually physically lie it on the table?
I thought we did.
Later in the meeting, I think we did.
Yeah, for later in the meeting.
We might
that's
have
right.
to lift it off the table then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can do that as a matter of process at the end of this, if council may.
Well, we need to lift it off the table before we can discuss it, though. Mr CEO?
Not really, no, I don't think so, do
It's still on the table.
Yeah,
It's on the
I know it's still on
table.
the table. It doesn't mean we can't discuss it.
Okay. You're the boss.
Over to the officers. Thank you very much.
So you want to give some background? Yeah.
So, Dev, what we're looking for is for you to run through the thinking or the rationale behind Charcoal Road.
So good afternoon, councillors. Our approach was in this particular situation is, so we got a section of Charcoal Road, and it's partly maintained by council, and the eastern part is not maintained by council at this stage. So it's if you see the application, it's just 1 into 3 lot subdivision. It's a rural subdivision. So our approach was like, we thought it's unreasonable to condition the around 100 to 200 meter of unconstructed road frontage as part of this development application. So given we have lot 1 already got an access driveway, it's an existing access driveway, lot 2 got direct frontage to the council maintained Charcoal Road, and also partially as a frontage, not the portion not maintained by council. Lot 3, of course, hasn't got any frontage. It has a frontage, but it's not maintained by council at this stage. So the opening of unconstructed road policy, it's not part of the planning scheme. So it's separate to the planning scheme. So we won't be able to utilize that policy to condition any development application at this stage. So that's the approach we took. We thought officers believe it's unreasonable at this stage to condition the around 100 to 200 meter of Charcoal Road as per CMDG requirements.
Okay. Thank you, Dev. Councillor Mather?
Yes, question to the officer. Why would it be unreasonable to extend the road construction to the boundary as it would in any other subdivision requirement?
So it's matter of the cost and the intensification of the vehicle number of vehicles. So if you see lot number in the net result, only lot 3 will utilize most part of the constructed road frontage. So it's lot 3 is around, so only 1 lot, we are talking about maximum 9 vehicle per day. So it's unreasonable if you see 9 vehicle per day, and if you see the cost of 100 to 200 meter full width road construction, so we decided, okay, they can still have a good private access driveway within the road reserve, which is not maintained by council. This is treated as private access driveway. So still they can use, they can operate whatever the use they wanted to. So that's the approach we took. Like, it's the cost basically.
Whose cost? That'll be the cost of the developer, not to us.
So yes, councillor, but every condition need to be tested. Like, is it reasonable and relevant? So
Well, put it this way.
It's relevant, but we believe it's not reasonable condition. It can be challenged. End of the day, it's cost versus the reasonable operation of the road.
What is the standard of the road, the red section there? What is that?
It's a gravel access, rural access standard road as per CMDG.
Yes. Have we got a photo of that?
I don't think so.
No. Well, it wouldn't have to be a 5 metre wide sealed road to extend it to the boundary. It would have to be similar to the one that's already there.
Yes, it's as per CMDG, it should be 6.5 metre wide, full width road construction, including all the table drains.
To the boundary.
To the boundary
to the
of
boundary.
lot 3.
Well, we would do
Eastern
that,
boundary.
we would do that anywhere else for a subdivision. We would do that anywhere else. They would be required to form it to the boundary.
Yes, we can, but end of the day, it's whether it's reasonable or reasonable for that particular lot. So if you got a lot of other lots accessing, a lot of vehicle movements involved in that road, then okay, we have reasonable grounds to condition the full width road
I
construction.
understand that.
Yeah, well, I guess I could make a point here. What's reasonable is a matter for determination by council.
So in this case, we thought it's number of vehicles. So only one lot, we are creating additional only one lot. So only one lot, we are talking about maximum 9 vehicles per day. So is it reasonable compared to 9 vehicles per day, requesting conditioning the full width construction of 100 to 200 meter road up to the eastern boundary of lot 3. So that's the approach we took.
Well, we'll be setting a precedent if we let this go.
Just a question if I could, Mr Chair.
Councillor Miller,
Councillor Mather, your statement there would suggest that this sort of thing has never been done before. Like there hasn't been other rural subdivisions that don't have a private road whereby council stops here and then there's a strip of
They
land.
were probably done a very long time ago, and they're the ones I'm picking up now.
Yeah, and I'm not critical of the comment. I'm just trying to gauge, is that actually accurate in completely, or is there other examples where
Yeah.
we have this
Stenhouse
sort of...
Road, Mary's Road, I can name a half a dozen of you.
Okay, so they have been approved
Oh,
before.
hell, yes, and they've had to extend them.
Extend
people-
the council maintenance onto them
See,
to pick them up in the roads register.
the officers will not go past the sign, and there's a sign on that picture,
Yeah,
no council maintenance past this point.
yeah. And I guess what I'm hearing from the office is the logic why they're not going to impose on the developer to extend that level of service to that road. And in the event that there was a challenge by the developer, the town planning science may well find in favour of the developer. Is that kind of the gist of what...
Yeah, that's the officer level approach at this stage we
Yeah.
took. But if we condition to the full width construction of the unmaintained charcoal road, so it's a huge cost to the developer, and then council can move that signage to the eastern end.
So we have to put the cost onto the developer,
Developer.
and in the event that they challenge that and council lose because it's an unreasonable condition that's been applied based on the number of the lot, where does that leave us? We lose and they get their development through.
So condition will be overturned, like it's
Yeah.
decided to the back.
So I think it's important. I mean, I don't disagree with you on the desire to see a better road there for that lot.
It's not a matter that I desire, it's what we normally would do.
So Deb, what's the likely cost to the developer?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm unable to comment on that at this stage. So I haven't worked out any cost at this stage. What would be the, so it's unable to comment on that. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Mather, are you proposing
Mr Chairman,
to the conditions?
yes, I would like to see it included in the conditions, and if the applicant wants to come back and argue the point, then we can receive him to argue the point.
Councillor Hutton.
Just prior to the additional condition put in, my question to officers is, acceding to your point, if there's further development along Charcoal Road, would those developers, depending on the scale, so if they just were to make a further one lot, would they then have no responsibility for that length of road? Or so, like, is it as long as they're only incremental that they don't require that, or would there be a way of conditioning this existing lots to say that, you know, in the future, should future development occur and that this road does become a council road, that a requirement will be made or a contribution would be made similar to what a developer would do on, you know, maybe towards the, I suppose not really a capital road, not a strategic road. Sorry. So is there a way, like I know with people in an urban setting, that we can collect a sum that goes into the fund per se to fund roads into the future that maybe this person can make a contribution to?
So, Councillor, we can handle this situation in two ways. So regardless of an existing application or future application, anyone in the community who lives along the Charcoal Road can apply, council to consider the construction and take over the maintenance of the section under the unconstructed road policy, opening of unconstructed road policy. But there are several criteria they need to meet. So council's infrastructure team will assess that request, and if successful, their council will construct and may take the maintenance of that section. The other way is if there is a significant application down the road, then based on the intensification in terms of traffic, so we will condition to extend the full width of the construction up to wherever the development is.
Yes,
So that new developer
would have to pay for this section we're looking at now, yes.
So a further question. I know that you haven't done the specific figures, but to draw a conclusion that it would be unreasonable in terms of the cost impact to the developer, is there a ballpark that you would assume that based on 100 metres of unsealed road going to condition as to what the cost is? Like, so is there a figure that draws that it is an unreasonable request beyond just...
So based on experience, I have, as I previously mentioned, I haven't calculated the actual cost. So, but I believe that the cost is we can't justify for the additional creation of one lot. So, if councillors wish to know the cost, we can provide you the cost. And
It's not up to us to determine the cost. It's up to us to follow procedure. The cost is up to the developer, not the council.
Right, so we can get some finality around this. Councillor Mather, are you proposing an amendment to the conditions?
Yes, Mr Chairman, that the developer be asked to extend the road to the boundary of Lot 3 as a gravel condition.
to the eastern boundary?
Yes, sorry, yes. The first boundary there, beside Lot 2. I mean, if he wants to take it to his driveway, that's up to him. That would be a requirement in normal circumstances, that it go to the boundary, the first point of the lot.
All right, so you're proposing that amendment?
Yes, yes.
Councillor? All right, can I, is anyone prepared to second that before we go into debate around it?
I just need to get some clarification.
Yep.
So effectively, we're not just amending that motion, we'll be changing the motion and not going with the officer's recommendation.
Yes, we're
So
adding...
we need to justify why we're not going with the officer's recommendation, and we're putting a substitute motion forward. So
we're putting a substitute
It's
motion
not a substitute
to amend
motion, it's...
the conditions of the approval.
Yeah, which is effectively another motion altogether.
It's an
So it's
amendment.
not the officer's recommendation, it's...
It's not a substitute motion per se. They're both
I think there's a
approved.
line between going contrary to the officer's recommendation and augmenting or playing some of the conditions, councillor. There is a difference.
Well, if you can enlighten me where that line is.
That line, councillor, is not black and white.
Right.
Never has been, never will be.
Well, I would somewhat dispute that, given that many amendments that we've put forward in the past have been rejected on the grounds that that is changing the motion, therefore you must come up with an alternate motion. So I don't mind if it is an amendment. I'm just wanting to be sure that we're following. And if the advice of the CEO is he's satisfied with that, well, that's good enough for me. I'm only listening to what the officer's saying here, and that's why they prepared the report in the way they have. We're now going to change that condition. It'd be interesting if Graham Scott was here, perhaps he might say, councillors, why don't we lay this on the table and we'll invite the developers to have a chat with us and talk about what our issues are, and they may be agreeable to that.
And I suppose my question would be, though, that it's not the developer that we're having a challenge with, or that there's a disagreement in terms of the plan. It's actually between the councillors individually and officers. So it's like you'd be adding, it's like going to a fight and then asking someone else to come in to be in, like, so at the moment they're not party, apart from the fact that it's in public meetings, so they could be conscious and aware of it. Like the disagreement we're having is within council
With us and the
itself,
officers.
as opposed to with the developer.
Excuse me, Mr Chair, through you to Dev. Dev, if the developer was agreeable to extend that road to their access to their driveway, that means that council would then remove that sign and relocate the sign, and we would maintain that section of the road.
Yes, if
And we're talking 100 metres?
roughly around.
Yeah, okay. And what Councillor Hutton was asking you earlier, you couldn't answer. There is no ballpark. I'm just going back over old ground. Thank you. There's no ballpark figure. You can't say from my experience it might cost. Well, I'm throwing it out there, $50,000, or it might cost $25,000. You can't say.
No, through the chair, councillor, that would be purely speculative, highly likely to be widely inaccurate.
Yes.
I'm not prepared to have the officers put on that spot because, again, in a month's time, somebody will say, at this meeting, you said it would cost this amount, instead it's cost twice as much. So I
Thank
would
you, Mr
prefer
Acting
not to
CEO,
have
and my apologies,
officers
Deb.
in those positions.
Yeah, thank you.
Just a question to the officer. I wasn't looking at taking it to the driveway because it's not a requirement to take it to the driveway where the landowner has a driveway, only to the boundary, that corner boundary. So if it's 100 metres from the existing road to the drive-in, then it'll be a much shorter distance to the boundary.
All right, well, we're back to, we have I suppose we need to resolve what we're actually doing at the moment. Are we amending this recommendation, or are we putting up a new one?
Amending the
All you'd be
condition.
doing is amending.
Amending.
If there's
I was hoping that would be
a
the case.
particular condition that you wish to modify,
Well,
then
It's just a matter of additional.
additional condition.
So we're
Addition.
amending a condition.
Amending the
Mayor.
conditions to add an extra one. I think that's,
So what is it you're looking to do?
I haven't got the number of the conditions here without having to go through them and find them. In relation to roadworks, I'd have to find it, to be quite honest. But we'd need to just add a condition in there that would the applicant be asked
So
to extend the
first of all,
road.
councillors, can I suggest you lift the matter from the table? Then we can...
Yeah, true.
So can I ask a further question? Where's the clock at with this application?
Officers?
Sorry, I'm just looking back and I just can't find it in the report easily.
So through you, Mr Mayor, the statutory due date for this application is the 27th of May, and it has already been extended once for 20 business days to accommodate the shift in council meeting dates.
So is there any ability for us to, I hate to ask, but is there any ability for us to extend it further while we get some wording from Councillor Mather?
Yeah, we could make a request to extend it for a further period.
If all you're looking to do is get some wording, I'd suggest instead of requesting an extension, we are here today, we're about to stop for lunch, sort it out then, and come back afterwards. Otherwise, this matter is dragging on for no benefit to any party.
Councillor Mather?
I suppose my only concern is I see the merit in Councillor Mather's argument, but with an unknown costing regarding to a road, I can't assess the reasonableness of it or not. But at the same token, I find it then hard to jump in full-heartedly with the officer's recommendation because they're saying it is unreasonable, but there's no cost attached to that. And so really, I can't agree with anyone. And so that's a really hard place to be in because I can't accept that it is unreasonable, but I can't accept that it's not unreasonable because there's just no costing to say one way or the other. I think it would be foolhardily for council to take something to court over a very small amount of money versus something that could be quite substantial in an unknown. Like the unknown unknowns are
Nothing.
If I could, Mr Mayor, there is a process under the Planning Act, so council, if it so chooses, could put a condition on today to effect, and then there's a negotiated decision request process. So that would then give the applicant the chance to look at what that condition means to them, and they could either say we're comfortable with that, or they could come back and request a negotiated decision and provide information or argument as to why they would like that condition to either be deleted or amended. And then that could also come back to council if need be for further contemplation.
Can we put some wording around that?
Yes, so I would have the officers and Councillor Mather over lunch look at what wording she would like to see as a condition for the councillors to consider, knowing that if you do go down that path, yes, there are some unknowns, but there is a formal process in the Act that allows that to be followed.
Well, this
That's
is
the
what I
Graham
alluded
Scott
to
method.
before.
Formalised.
Yes.
Well, on that note, councillors, we agreed then to break for lunch.
Sounds like a good idea, Mr Mayor.
So we shall resolve the break for lunch.
Yep. Unanimous.
Thank you.
councillors. Can we resolve to come back from lunch? Thank you.
There's no coming back from lunch.
Sorry?
So there's no coming back from lunch, Mr Mayor.
All right, so we're back on 12.2, reconfiguration of a lot on Charcoal Road, Rossmoyer. We now have an amendment to the conditions as per the wording developed by the development engineer over lunch.
Can I volunteer to lift it off the table?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Hutton.
Second that, Mr Chairman.
Okay. So ladies, just the motion was to take the matter off the table. So moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Mather. All good? Okay. So we now have an amendment to the conditions as per the wording prepared. So can we just have those read, please? So that's 3 under roadworks, is it 3?
3.1.
Yes.
3.1?
So there's a new 3, which is roadworks, councillors. 3.1 is design and construct a section of Charcoal Road to comply with rural access road standards, generally in accordance with the Capricorn Municipal Development Guidelines. The extent of the construction must be from the council-maintained road edge, approximately chain edge 1,430, up to 20 metres past the common boundary between proposed Lot 2 and Lot 3. And condition 3.2, relocate the existing sign to a suitable location nominated by council.
Thank you. Mr Bacon? Councillor Mather?
Happy to move, Mr Chairman,
You're
with
happy
the
to move
total
that?
recommendation.
All right, so moved. Is there a seconder before we go into debate? Councillor Friend? Okay. All right, so Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to the amendment?
I don't think there's a lot to be said, Mr Chairman. It is a rural subdivision, but I think we need to be consistent with our application of conditions, and I believe this is consistent. It's only looking at we worked it out, to a distance of about 50 metres. So it's not as if it's a kilometre or anything like that. But I'm happy with the recommendation as it stands, Mr Chairman. But like I said, we need to be consistent, and that's really what I was all about, because we are going to have trouble down the track if we have this again and again, because we'll be making a rod for our own back, unfortunately. This is an area that we don't see very often because it's really right out of the road, and had we had the time, I would have liked to have taken members up there to show them the site, and we will, because it's very beautiful when it rains. It's nothing but water. But this is up on a hill slope, and it can be black soil, but I'm sure the applicant won't find it an impost to go that extra couple of yards.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Would anyone like to speak against the recommendation now? Okay, would anyone else like to speak for the recommendation? No, so you're happy to put it, Councillor Mather?
Yes.
Seconded, Councillor Friend. All in favour? Thank you. All right, now we're going to apologise for jumping around. We're going to go back to the corporate plan. Thank you, Andrea. I believe some wording has been nutted out over lunch. The floor is yours, Andrea.
Thank you. So we received some feedback over the break from Councillor Bello and Councillor Friend in regards to the outcome under the natural Livingstone theme, particularly what was in the draft document under 3.3.3. Councillor Friend, are you happy for me to read it out, or would you like to read out your suggestion?
I'm happy to read it out, and that way I may explain further.
Sure.
And thank you so much. So my suggestion for 3.3.3 for Natural Livingstone is manage threats by collaborating with traditional owners, agencies, community groups and private landholders about land management, protection methods including hazard reduction strategies and conservation policies to ensure the protection of people, property and the environment. This particular wording was very important to both Councillor Bello and myself because when we undertook the brief, we did change the wording because at the end of the original sentence was manage threats. And so we need and manage threats. So we changed it in the brief to manage threats. And when we were presented with this document to pass it today at the table, I noticed that the words were completely missing. The environment under this Natural Livingstone comes under my portfolio, and I'm very, very passionate about the environment. I love the environment, but included in the environment is fire mitigation and the reduction of fuel. Now, if we don't reduce this, I'm just talking generally, if we don't reduce the fuel around our shire, then what's going to happen is if any bushfires come through, they're going to destroy natural flora and fauna. But by managing the threat, we can actually protect the environment to a greater sense than allowing a natural bushfire to take hold. So I believe that this was such an important words for this particular area in 3.3.3, and Councillor Bello and I have liaised over lunch, and this is what we'd like to see included. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. We've probably skirted the normal process, but we've been doing that all day, I think. So we'll just go back to Andrea then, so that we can put. We've got a mover and a seconder, so we can then just basically go. Sorry, I'll get my brain working. I'm just hopeless today.
Mr. Chairman, did we lift it off the table?
Yeah, we lifted it off the table.
Lifted it off the table.
So,
well, let's...
Actually, I think we lifted the last one, sorry, Mr.
Oh, was it the last one? I beg your pardon, all right. Yeah. So, can we have a mover to lift that off the table, please? Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Told you my brain's not working today. All right, so, Andrea, you're comfortable with the amendment?
Certainly, it doesn't change the underlying intent for the outcome, but provides some more explicit direction for the organisation and the community in terms of what the specific outcomes and deliverables are. It still aligns with the outcomes and strategies contained within the community plan, so appreciate the feedback.
All right, no worries. All right, is there any further discussion around the amendment?
Sorry, just confirming, so as the mover and seconder, I'm more than happy to accept the amended wording.
I was going to give you,
yes,
I was going to ask you to talk to it anyway, Councillor Hutton.
I'll be very excited to speak to it again.
All right, so there's no further questions around that. I'll go to Councillor Hutton so he can speak to his motion. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And in winding up our discussion in regards to this, the corporate plan lives out the themes of the community plan. It directs our goals, it informs the strategies that Livingstone as an organisation is going to use, so that the outcomes and deliverables that we're achieving on behalf of our community aren't just amended or made up at the whim of the councillors or council table at any one time, but are informed by that 30-year vision. We all know that councillors at any given time have the capacity to amend and adjust the corporate plan, as it is a living document. We also know that at the start of each council term, as part of the corporate plan that we're adopting for the next 10 years, it actually states within 6 months of an election, the corporate plan will be reviewed by the new council. The performance indicators that we have in here, the deliverables and the outcomes, inform our budget. They organise council's core services as well as the key indicators that we have to guide the work that our officers do. I agree with Councillor Mather wholeheartedly when she says that, you know, we need to have a longer vision. And so often the criticism that we faced prior to the development of the community plan was around short-term thinking being prevalent at all levels of government in Australia. And the community plan and these documents that fall from this or are drawn from it really address that. And while we might not be at the stage where we're looking, you know, generations ahead, the work that we're doing today to set up Livingstone for the next decade, the work of Livingstone as an organisation, how it links to our finances, our capital program, should all be commended, and I commend the officers for their work, but also the engagement of our community in the process. So I commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Right. Anyone else wish to speak for the motion? Okay. Then we have a mover and a seconder, councillors.
Oh, we already had, sorry, Mr.
Yeah, so we already had one.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'll just put it to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you.
It was Councillor Mather and I.
You moved, Councillor Hutton, didn't you?
No,
Yes.
Councillor Hutton.
Councillor Hutton moved.
Sort it out. It'll speak in minutes.
Reverse. Reverse things.
Rightio.
Thank the staff for their patience on that.
So agenda item 13, questions, statements, motions on notice from councillors. 13.1, notice of motion, Councillor Mather, Lamberton Street. Mr Acting CEO.
Dave, Councillor Terry.
Thank you again, councillors, and through you, Mr Mayor, I can provide an update in regards to your notice of motion, councillor, and I'm happy to provide that to the table now. So, in summary, Wednesday the 13th of May 2020, council staff, which include our Bushfire Resilience Officer, and Natural Resource Management Coordinator, and our Acting Manager for Community Wellbeing, attended the site in the presence of 6 Queensland Fire and Emergency Services Officer, including a high-ranking superintendent who has been assigned to be our point of contact for such matters in regards to looking at risks and doing an assessment. The landowner was present and was involved in the conversation as well. So there were some recommendations that came out of that meeting, and in short I'll summarise that and also summarise some of the other questions posed in regards to the motion. So the recommendations that came from the Queensland Fire and Emergency Services was physical removal of overground foliage for the northern side of number 33, and a plan is currently in place to conduct that with the landowner through engagement and also in regards to the council-owned portion of that land. And I have got a picture that we can actually show you in the process of this report. The development of the adequate fire break on the council land, as I mentioned, which borders the north side of the above address. So if you look at that red line is the area of recommendation where we can work on the mitigation through engaging of the landowner, but importantly putting in some type of fire break. As I said, that's currently in planning at the moment. One of the biggest strategies that also came out was a community engagement session / methodology with the landowners of that area to ensure they're very aware of the risks and responsibilities in regards to that. Further conversation was also done around the removal of foliage at the rear eastern side of the resident Lamberton Street. However, minimum fuel load at the time of inspection, any removal of natural foliage would invoke weeds and invade the natural growth. So there's concerns about if we do something there, we may have a future and a more severe problem in the future. The other one was development of the fire break on the eastern side, rear of the residence in Lambert Street, as per the resolution. And the recommendations that came back from Queensland Fire and Emergency was difficult due to the steep terrain, and most properties are situated in the front or middle blocks presently have adequate distance from structures to risk. The third part was installation of wet line rear eastern side of the properties, and due to limited fuel load, near surface coverage, mainly rocks, would not be acceptable strategy at this stage. So with that in mind, it was recommended that we conduct, as I said, community education to the properties of concern, work with the residents of number 33, and also to produce some sort of fire break where the red line indicates. and do that community engagement strategy. The other component of the question I noticed was also in regards to the overland flow. We have had a building inspector out there to investigate that. Further investigators continuing, and at this stage we have not been able to locate any such source of that to the rear of that property, and infrastructure have done that assessment, and I summarise that report as that.
Thank you, Dave. Question through you, Mr Mayor, to Dave.
Yes.
At 33 there, Dave,
Yep.
it's pretty well surrounded by vegetation, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there's going to be a fire break where the red line is.
So it'll be a two-part approach, councillor. One will be do some engagement, ensure that the resident has done what he is required to do. Yep. And secondly, we will work on a strategy to restrict or mitigate the chance of fire by producing some sort of break at that area. The length and detail of that will depend on the vegetation and of course, recommendations from Queensland Fire and Marine Services.
So you're looking at the fire break on his land or on the other land?
No,
Or
on
both?
our side of the land.
On the other side?
On the other side, that's correct.
Because, if you had a fire there, he'd be in a lot of trouble.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of trouble.
And can I say, councillor, we've now established a very important relationship with high-ranking Queensland Fire and Marine Services, and we now have a direct point of call, as I mentioned, to assess this risk. And it was very appreciative that Queensland Fire and Marine Services attended with 6 officers to actually make sure that we had a real good approach to communicate and actually assess that risk. And the customer, you mentioned, has been through this process and was part of that meeting.
Dave, the eastern side there,
Yep.
see number 31?
Yep.
He's partly obscured there as well by the boundary of
Yep.
33. What happens there? Because that's part and parcel of the concern of 31.
Yeah. The biggest component of this will be the engagement aspect of it and working as a collectively in that area to ensure they actually understand their risk and not the perceived risk. And that's going to be the biggest priority. And our Bushfire Resilience Officer and our Queensland Fire Ministers will be ensuring that continues.
Okay, they'll be liaising.
Yeah.
So that hasn't happened yet at all?
No, not at this stage. So,
okay, because I know that's what we were going to do.
Yeah.
So 31 would be required or involved in any vegetation removal. And I have been to the site.
Yes.
And from what I can see, all the vegetation is on 33's land. So the 33 is very much involved.
It's a little bit of both, councillor. So that's why the two-pronged strategy will be implemented to make sure we can do what we need to do, that we have access to, and then, of course, really do a thorough community engagement strategy with that area.
So how far would you go down Lamberton Street?
Uncertain yet, councillor. We want to get a plan in place and make sure we can get the best value out of it before the slope begins, etc. So.
Yes, okay. Well, you've done very well, Dave, and thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Dave, and your team. Because that's something that, obviously, there's a lot of vegetation there, and irrespective of the species of the vegetation, once you get a headwind and you get a force through there, the climate's right, nothing's going to stop it, whatever it is. So I think as long as we know it now, the risks involved, and we're working on it, and I think we can't ask any more than that.
Thank you, councillor.
Yeah, thank you. So if you'll come back to us a little bit later if we get something updated.
I can provide an update.
Yeah,
So
as it becomes available.
I'm happy to provide that to the portfolio council, being you or the LDMG,
Yeah,
or
it's
to
over
this
there.
session, depending what you'd prefer.
Yes, yes.
And of course to the environment.
All right, any questions of Dave?
He's done very well, Mr Mayor.
Yes, he has. So, the recommendation, pursuant to your report now, Dave, that the recommendations there, are they still appropriate?
I don't think,
Because you've done most of that.
yes.
So do we change the recommendation that council notes your report?
Yes, the council notes and receives the report from the disaster management, what are we titled as now, and accept that the officer will continue to liaise with the people in Lamberton Street and report back as time permits with updates. Or words to that effect.
Ladies, you okay with that? All right. We can do some wordsmithing later. Maybe we should do it.
Do it now, so it's done.
So it's, yeah.
The pool is in the back, southern. Tip all the water off on it.
Just a question, if I could, Mr Chair, probably to the CEO, would it be prudent to have the report, some sort of condensed version in writing to acknowledge what the officer has put forward, just for transparency's sake, ultimately to acknowledge the positive report that's been provided to us verbally, which...
Receive and attach the report to the minutes. We can do that.
Something like that. Don't want to give you extra work, Dave, but
No,
it'd be good to see
it's
it.
going to put it into the Disaster Management Committee so that they are aware of what's happening as well.
So have you got that in a readily written form?
So maybe on the and notes that a hard copy of the report will be presented to council or provided to council.
Right, attached to the minutes.
Because normally the minutes are a record of the decisions made. It's not in the same way as state or federal where it's Hansard, verbatim. And so you don't normally see, because you have agendas, you can refer back to the agendas, councillors. Here you don't have that.
I think your minutes are going to get a little bit longer.
Correct.
Just for this item.
Actually, we've done that before. Usually some things that, this is going back some time, questions on notice and things like that, that the questions be received and the questions and answers be received and attached to the minutes. So if people see the questions there, they just flip to the back and say, oh, that's what that's about. This could be something like that. It's an advisory
In the
report.
current climate, councillor, I guess what we normally do is either receive the questions and you get an answer at a subsequent meeting, or a separate report is provided which answers those questions if there's sufficient time to get it onto the agenda, so that there's a full record there.
But there's nothing prohibiting us from putting those on the minutes this time, is there?
I guess it depends on what you're using the minutes for. If the minutes are purely a record of the meeting, then what's written there is correct, that you received a verbal update, or you note the verbal update on the actions being undertaken.
Which reflect the motion or in support of the motion?
You could say which reflect that, which reflect the items raised in the...
Raised. I guess that's probably what I was...
Yeah.
What I thought may have
And then that
benefited.
provides a record of the meeting, which is what it's about, or the decisions from the meeting, which is what the minutes are about.
Otherwise, what are we actually resolved?
Well, the question is, how does a member of the community see the answers?
If we resolve that resolution, or that motion, if we say yes to that, and we support Councillor Mader's intent through supporting the motion, that is the information that speaks to the intent, is it not?
See, the way it's said there, the council receives the verbal update. On what? It has to refer to whatever the matter is that we're discussing.
Well, this one says it receives a verbal update on the actions, on what actions are being undertaken.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't identify what it relates to.
Which reflect the recommendation listed above. The actions reflect.
See, the recommendation won't be part of the minutes.
Of what they've said, though.
There's no the recommendation won't be in the minutes.
No, well, that's why I was asking, is it necessary to have some sort of attached
Yeah, it needs an identification of what it
written
refers to.
response
Yes,
that reflects
Yes.
the verbal response.
as presented by, yeah,
The appropriate officer.
in relation
the
to
relevant officer.
the vegetation in Lamberton Street or something like that.
All right, well, we're all having a nice little conversation around the table. Can we just maybe focus on what the resolution's going to look like at the end of it?
Yes, that's the whole idea.
So are we happy with that wording?
No,
I'm not sure it tells us too much.
No, it doesn't.
What are we chasing? What's the outcome we want here?
If you just took those 2 lines at the bottom, you wouldn't have a clue what it belongs to.
But what outcome are we looking for here, councillors? I mean, what do you want the resolution
We
to
need,
say?
we need to recognise that a notice of motion has been put up in relation to vegetation at Lamberton Street, and the officer has provided a verbal report to the table that will address the concerns of the local residents. That's what we need to. We need to say what it's about, what happened, the officer presented a report, and what he's done that actually deals with the concerns. That in relation to the notice of motion regarding vegetation in Lamberton Street, then that goes in as well after that. Council received the verbal update on the actions undertaken which reflect the recommendations listed above. All you need is a little preface in the beginning.
Yeah, but what's it actually telling you? Is it telling you? It's not telling you what the outcome is, apart from receiving a verbal update.
The actions are being undertaken. This is
Yeah,
the...
because what I'm asking is, do you want it to just say that we received a verbal update, or do you want it to also include what the outcomes from that verbal update are going to be?
You want to know what describe the actions, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Is that what you want?
It's what the table expects to see there.
Well, yeah, but ultimately someone's got to
What-
move it and second it.
Yes. Well, I'd be happy to move it.
But are you happy to move it in its current form?
No.
So that's what I'm getting at.
No.
Are we wanting to articulate what the actions are going to be?
We're at a standstill at the moment.
All right. Mr Mazzafari, what are the actions going to be going forward, please?
So there's a 3-stage approach. One is to conduct a fire break to the boundary of number 33. Secondly is to work with the landowner of that resident. And thirdly is to do community engagement.
Excuse me, sorry,
areas.
through the chair, I'm sorry for interrupting. We can't hear you over here. I do apologise.
You're all right. Sorry, Councillor.
Well, can we have the recommendation that council receives the verbal update and that? You put those three actions coming out of that as part of the resolution.
But it needs to have a heading as to what it refers to. Vegetation.
Well, I think
In the minutes, it will show the summary and it shows the heading of the report. So it will
Okay.
identify what it's about,
Okay,
councillor.
okay.
Through the chair, thank you, Dave. If you want to.
Yep, certainly. So it was a 3-stage approach. One was to work with the landowner in regards to the physical removal of overgrown foliage. Secondly was develop an adequate fire break on council land bordering
You might have to slow down a bit, Dave, sorry mate.
the northern side of the above address, number 33. And thirdly, yeah, so development of an adequate fire break on council land northern side, yep. And number 3, community education and engagement activities for residents on the eastern side of Lamberton Street.
Foliage, F-O-L-I-A-G-E, isn't it? Foliage. F-O-L-I-A-G-E. F-O-L-I-A-G-E.
I'll get it in a second.
All right. So you have the resolution redrafted now, councillors? Everyone comfortable with that?
The top line, Mr Mayor, top line is a word change. The council received the verbal update on the actions being undertaken as far as,
Being undertaken.
on the actions. Take the, being taken, Yes.
Councillor Mather, you're moving that.
Oh, yes, Mr Mayor, I think we deserve that one.
Seconder, Councillor Friend.
And I thank the table for their patience.
All in favour? Thank you.
Save me again.
13.2. Notice of motion, Councillor Hutton, sustaining animal welfare organisations COVID-19. Pardon me. Mr Bacon.
Over to you, Councillor.
You're speaking to a councillor?
Well, I'd like to move it if there's a second.
Yep. Floor is yours, councillor.
Yeah, I'd like to formally move that Council request a brief report by officers to investigate the ongoing costs and needs of animal welfare organisations servicing the Livingstone Shire with potential funding sources, advocacy opportunities and funding methodologies to inform a decision around Council's capacity to provide additional support to these organisations. And I thank Councillor Bello for seconding this motion. Councillors, we're all aware of the amazing job that a whole range of animal welfare organisations do throughout our Shire, but we also recognise that this role is even more challenging in the current environment of COVID-19. Just if Capricorn Animal Aid is an example, requires on funding from both local governments and other not-for-profits and the community, and in this last 6-month period has really struggled to be able to run the events that they'd like to, and that will continue to be a challenge for them coming forward in this next period. Livingstone's always taken a step forward, and as part of our collection of dog and cat registrations, we have previously donated annually an amount to each of these organisations to support them, recognising the special role they play in the community. But it's not exhaustive, and the role that they're playing has got less funding from the community, or less funding is available from the community now. They can't run the fundraisers that they would normally do, which means that there's a gap. If people are fostering pets, they currently have those pets on premise. It's harder for them to foster them out or to get a permanent owner. They may be making a choice between whether they continue to hold these pets or whether, they have to go to the pound or elsewhere, or do they accept more animals from the pound when they're already utilising all their resources. This is one way that Council can investigate how we can support them. It is a non-exhaustive list, as I'm sure that there are other groups in the community. We all know about Capricorn Animal Aid, the role of Four Paws, Wildlife Rehabilitation HQ Inc., which is run out of Coogbury Park, which is a not-for-profit on site there. The Wildlife Carers Network and the role that they play, which is incredibly important and again relies on donations from the community. The RSPCA, who again are doing a fantastic job, but all of who will find challenges in this environment. I would just ask that we consider how Council may have a role in supporting them in moving forward, and maybe this is another opportunity that $1.3 million we received could assist our community in response to the fires, which we know had an impact on quite a few of these organisations, but also then in the response to COVID moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Would anyone like to speak against the recommendation?
Just a question, Mr Mayor. I thank Councillor Hutton for considering the other part of our world, our little animal life. I'm just wondering what sort of resources we need to do this, given everybody's in budget mode. I know this is important.
resources to undertake
Yeah,
the
to undertake,
report,
yeah.
or to...
Well, we're looking for a brief report by officers. Estimate the ongoing costs and needs of animal welfare organisations. Funding sources, advocacy opportunities and funding methodologies. You know, there's a few parts to it. I'm just wondering what sort of resources or like what sort of time frame we'd have and how many officers might be needed on this one.
Well, that was going to be one of my questions, Councillor Hutton. Did you want a time frame around this?
Ultimately, I'm sure that whatever we can do will be helpful, but the sooner the better. It may be, councillors, that instead of a brief report investigating these opportunities, you'd actually like to investigate just making one-off donations now instead of actually undertaking the report, and in which case I'm sure would be readily available. The only thing that I would say to that is that I don't, in my own good conscience, know the list of groups and the impact it's had, so I feel that we should at least reach out to them to check before we make a donation, if we were going to do. And hence why I did suggest a brief report, because I don't want us writing War and Peace over something that could be $1,000 for this group or $500 for that one in support of what they're doing, but you know, enough to make a sound judgment there.
Yeah, no, thank you. And as per the theme of this meeting, I'm kind of reluctant to make on-the-fly decisions in terms of who may or may not receive funding anyway, so I'd be happy with the report to come back.
And Mr Mayor too, I think the notice has merit, but I think we need to probably have a bigger picture than that even. We need to find out how many animals are out there that need homes, that need care, because do we need to amend our protocol in relation to collecting animals? Is there enough desexing going on and things like that? We might need to look at the whole picture to see how many animals are out there that we're trying to care for. It's like homeless people. How big does it have to get before we start saying, hey, whoop, we've got to do something about it?
Yeah, well, I'm sure the officers will have a look at that as part of the report, Councillor.
Yeah, I think so, because that's sort of part of the information that we need to have too. Because we can't keep growing the crop of animals and keep feeding them, because we're not dealing with it at the core value stage. But it's deserving.
If I could just to endorse Councillor Hutton's sentiments there in the Environmental Regulatory Task Force meeting, just for the other councillors' benefit. This matter was raised through Alan Briggs. Dave's nodding his head over there, so that's good. Alan Briggs from the Capricorn Bird supporters. There's probably a proper name that I didn't do justice to, but you understand what I mean. And he raised, I guess, the enormity post-fires of more so not the legitimate, say, Four Paws or Capricorn Animal Aid, a lot of the private people that are nominated as carers of more so native species that have taken on a significant extra load. So it would be hoped that they're captured in this review because they do that completely off their own funds, and it can be quite costly. So, and do provide a very important service.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone else wish to speak for the motion? Councillor Friend?
Yes, I'd just like to also endorse Councillor Hutton's request for this report because in my experience, having watched Capricorn Animal Aid and the other animal organisations to help those people funding as foster carers, it's so important. It also helps our own local laws in their resources and it creates less euthanasia for the animals also. And I would just like to endorse that and say that's a really great idea to go forward and to have a look and see how much we can donate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any other comments, councillors? Okay, you have a mover and a seconder and the recommendation. So all in favour? Thank you. Unanimous. Okay. Item 14, urgent business or questions. Any urgent business you would like to raise, councillors, or questions to be put to the table?
Mr Chairman, I do have one. Tooker's Road is one that you'll learn all about very soon. The dust there... Thank you.
Very prominent during the election.
Sorry? The dust there that seems to be coming from an operation down the road, and I don't know what the operation is, but it's the wave pool, but I don't know the nature of the operation at the moment. But there's an awful lot of heavy vehicles being going down there, and these people have only seen the dust, the water truck sometimes twice a day, sometimes.
Councillor Mather, I saw some correspondence late last week between council and Aaron. Mr. CEO, you across that one? Or was it Dave? Dave, yeah. Just update us on that, please, Dave.
Yeah, certainly. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep. To the table.
So, as a result of a customer request or complaint, a letter was written to Surflakes in regards to that, and a response was quite quickly received in relation to that, to make sure they do the water trucks and keep that dust down. That is currently being monitored by infrastructure staff and to ensure that's occurring. So at this stage, it is being monitored, and we haven't had any further complaints at this stage since that correspondence.
Well, can I suggest that our staff liaise with the people on the corner, Mr. Mayor? Because I was there 2 nights ago, and that wasn't the case that it wasn't the information I received. So can I suggest that our people liaise with the people on the corner, and they will tell you exactly how many times they come past, because you can count them over a couple of days.
Certainly.
Maybe if twice a day, and by then it's dry again. I mean, I know it's not cheap, watering the road around the houses indefinitely, but the operation that's taking place is causing a health issue. That's what we're looking at. It's a health issue.
Asthmatic children in that house.
Yes, yes. So,
Right, so you're happy for the officers to progress that for you, Councillor?
yes, please. Yes, please. For the moment, the budget will be the next matter we deal with. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. Any other questions or urgent business, councillors? All right, so... Sorry. Yeah. So we'll move out of the ordinary meeting, councillors, and we'll go into confidential, and in so doing we'll say goodbye to our live streaming viewers and thank them for their patience and their attendance today. So we'll move to go into confidential, please. Can I have a mover? Thank you.
Sorry. Move it to...
To go into confidential.
Close. Yes.
Councillor Mather. Seconder, please. Councillor Friend. All good. So, Alistair, we're offline now.